100% equally. There's no, and with transparency, are full of ice cream sticks with names of the children on it, right? So you close your eyes and pick one ice cream stick, right? I'll show you a video of that at some point, hopefully today. So you pick up that ice cream stick, and that child comes forward and becomes your partner. Sometimes I've seen teachers do this. They pick an ice cream stick and read out the name they want to read out. Please don't do that. Okay? I've seen that happen. Okay? Please don't do that. It's really because you want to look good on a television, on a screen, because you want to look good in a video you might be taking, and you'll be taking lots of videos ongoing. You're all allowed your mobiles. You're going to take lots of videos and lots of photos, which you'll post on a WhatsApp group and in your own Google Drive. So the idea is that the children are learning the ropes of how to work with each other in the first week, right? Second week, once they know all this, they will start learning. Even in the first week, they'll learn, but we are not rushing them on the process. Process must be held the highest. It's process-led, child-led learning. As you can see, this is in the front. You can see here, child demo is going on in the front, right? So they've got these pictures, and then they turn the page. There are the sounds. Last year, can you believe it? We got good result, even though the whole year course was there in other books. They had the entire set of books they had every year in the past. In addition, they had ALfA, but ALfA not as books. Can you imagine, against all odds, these teachers worked? They had it as an electronic e-book copy on the screen. That's all the children saw. But the children would see the screen, see the activity, and within 2 minutes, they know what to do. You don't even have to do the demonstration, right? So first is teacher child demo, transparency से बच्चे का नाम निकालना, वो आपका pair बनेगा. You will do the two things, not the first one, only you asking from the child. Now the child will ask you, right? And you will answer. And the child will say to you, what? Well done. How will you feel as a teacher when you do well? Yes. We all know all this stuff, but we go through that, because it's also for us, very healing to be in an ALfA classroom. We feel so endorsed by the children. And you all want best for your children. You want that they should do the best, isn't it? So, and they are going to do the best. Am I being seen or not really? Let me come out. Sorry about that. All right. So where are we at? Process. First part, teacher-child demo. Clear to everyone? Please don't compromise on that. Second part, child-child demo. Now, when you have to pick two children for the child-to-child demo, what will you do? Take up children who are raising their hands? No. Will you call two children you want to call? Okay. So what will you do again? Random picking from the box with all your ice cream sticks in it. Or even chits of paper. Right? You can have so many ways to pick randomly, but it must be done transparently. What I suggest to the teachers is that child who's with you for the teacher-child demo, ask him to pick two more. Then and there. You don't pick. Let the children pick. Right? So they pick two and read out the names, and those two come to the front. And then it's even more transparent, right? No favorites. And those two children do exactly that, but not the same question. So if I have done the demonstration of a word, cat, the other child will do some other word and ask me. Similarly, the two children will ask another third question and a fourth question. First one will not get repeated. And because of that, you're teaching the children now when you're on your own, that's the third step in the process. When you're on your own and working in your pairs, you're going to face each other and do exactly what we did, but not the exact questions. The questions will be your own. You can make endless number of questions. There are many in the book, and we recommend and we suggest to the children and we suggest to the teachers that allow them to make loads of questions of their own. And you will see there's an avalanche of questions. What we found out, and I think Samvita ma'am will probably mention this, if you can be here with me, please, thank you. What I learned from them is that the children were making and teacher kind of questions, high quality, low quality.
They were high quality, and I like to mostly high quality. That is why I said in my presentation also. Now you must be wondering, how can a nursery child make a question writing? So few examples I saw, though children were not able to write, but then they started making pictures and then started suggesting oral questions. The child made a sun, and the color, or could not write, but orally told the teacher that this is the question, this is what the child would like to suggest. And the teacher wrote it down. And initially, there won't be a lot of written questions. Trust me, you have to take small steps and you have to also look into the practicality. It should be oral work, lot of oral. And as it is, phase one focuses on orals only, as it is there. And third, we come to the writing the composition part. So don't be in a habit to complete your syllabus quickly, get it done, because here they have not given you prescribed days as we normally get it from QAID. For these lesson, these many working days, you got to finish in that. You have flexibility, but then still keep in mind you have those three phases. And trust me, the way the process goes on, and remember the two beliefs, believing the child and the process, things will work wonders for you. I'll share one example. Initially, the 22-23, we did it for classes 1 and 2. It went off well there because they are bigger children. When we introduced in nursery and kindergarten, both my teachers, and they are the ones who are here as champions, showcasing the activities and doing hands on with you. I mean, literally, hands up, not possible. Nursery teacher, a little more. But then gradually, we saw the improvement coming in kindergarten. We didn't force them, we didn't push them. We told them just keep trying, put your effort, and let the process go the way it's supposed to go. Around July, August, we started to see the little changes. And like we mentioned those roles, they started working magic for the teachers. Now, it was said, where do we get time to do all these? So what we started utilizing a assembly time, a breaks, and the role plays are here very short, 1 minute, 1.5 minutes. It's not a 5 to 6 minute role play that the children have to do. Very short role plays. So working on their oral skills, and the composition part. But let it unfold itself. Don't force a child, and you'll see things happening. And see the confidence. The same teacher who had a hands up, not possible, is here. And this year, we are introducing in Montessori. Yes, we do have apprehensions, but then we have the belief too. Like we did it for the past 2 years, I'm sure there will be challenges, there'll be issues, but then with the hand holding, looking for solutions, everything works well towards the end. But don't push things. That is all I'll say out here.
So we have plenty of examples of 3-year-olds reading 3-letter words. We can show you a video. I sent you one video recently, right? A 3-year-old, Deepshika. Yeah. So you will see that this is like in the COVID time. This was really early on when we started ALfA. Now we become more sophisticated. And these kids are going to learn even faster. But you don't want to teach children the wrong way and then correct it later on. Like if in Montessori, we are going to do A, B, C, D, and then we come to nursery and do picture decoding, right, which is sounds of pictures. It's very hard for children not to call it A or a B because we first taught them the wrong way. So when we were discussing which grades to take up, I was willing to sacrifice grade 3 so that we work with the Montessoris. And you will see in Montessori how well it is going. Once you start it. But faith is critical. Okay, so 3 steps are clear. Teacher-child demo, child-child demo, whole class working in pairs. Now the fourth part, the last part of the process, is where they make questions for each other. Their own questions. They can go back to the book and ask questions. They can make their own questions, but this is where they are empowered even more. In the beginning, little ones are not making, like as ma'am said, Obviously, they're not making high school class questions. But what the teachers found was very, very quickly, these kids, like I'm talking about within a month, they are writing questions as well, which is unbelievable. They're actually writing their questions, class one, class two, kindergarten children, nursery to some extent. It takes longer in nursery, takes a lot longer in Montessori, but the process is exactly the same. You're not going to modify the process for Montessori and nursery. It's exactly the same. And then when they're making questions for each other, for example, they might say, okay, tonight we're going to use our Tina and Toto puppets, and both of us will practice what we did in class today. Now, that is being said by the child for the other child. As they're getting older, they're making questions in their notebook. So what happens is, I take Samvida ma'am's notebook, my, 5, 6, 7, 8 questions in it, or I write questions on chits of paper, and she takes a few and I take a few. Then I fare it out in my notebook and I write the answers to it at home. I'm more likely to do homework given by the teacher or given by my peer. Yeah, because now I cannot disappoint my peer. So this is how the homework goes. And teachers always there to give more, but you don't need to give more in ALfA. Kids, they don't even change their uniform. As they get home, they start working. And in her campus, one parent gave a testimony. I'm reminding you of that, you sent it to me, where the girl child, she went home, and the parent is saying that, not went home, used to go home. The parent is saying that in the past, she would ask, mobile de dijiye. You remember? And then this parent said, ki now she asks for newspaper.
Like to read the newspaper more. No use of mobile.
I don't want the mobile anymore, right? That is huge. Huge, right? Because they're so excited by the Tina Toto puppets. They become their beautiful best friends. Now, normally we use one mascot. Here, the Toto. And they have that paired activity with them. Imagine the cognitive work that's going on. Tina is asking Toto, so the two hands are coordinating with the mind. And the two conversations, if you see, it's mesmerizing what the kids are doing at home. Let's show some videos of these things rather than just talk. Because, they won't necessarily get such a good idea. Gonna share some? Okay, great. And that if you can share that 3-year-old one. Okay, great. Okay.
Another thing I just wanted to point out here, initially when they making the children write the assignments, getting the questions from them, what teachers did, they gave them stick-ons, those thin ones. They starting writing with 1 or 2 questions, and then they would go and paste it on the soft boards. So every day they would see their number of questions on the soft board, and each one of them wanted to contribute towards the assessment. It started with 1 or 2, and towards the end, most of the children came up with 50, 30 questions started coming in, because all of them wanted this assessment is a self-created assessment by the children themselves, and they all wanted to see their questions as a part of the assessments. So that skill building, that was there, and that really picked up, and it really, we say that intrinsic motivation, that helped building it up more.
Yeah, this is fabulous, the point you just made, that this idea of them wanting to do more and more, and also the idea that the teacher was getting questions from the children and asking those questions back from the whole class. So she was picking the most difficult ones and then asking them back. So they felt my question was asked. I wrote a good question. Yeah.
Challenging for the children. As you saw in the prompts, the prompts get a little higher and higher level, seeing the stage of the child. Accordingly, the teacher also needs to tweak a little, in her demonstration, once they are at par, how to raise them to a higher level. So through demonstrations. So as ma'am said, no instructions. The teacher doesn't have a table in front. In fact, there is no teacher table at all.
Teacher table is on the side. Good point. Thank you for pointing that out. Go ahead, please.
And it is as children led. That is why we were trying not to call pairs here. We wanted our galvanizers from here to come down to the tables and see what is happening here. And like this is a workshop, so we need to focus and showcase examples to each one of you.
Right, that's perfect. So 4 steps are clear. Teacher, child, whole class in pairs, and then they make questions for each other and set homework for each other, right? What each one is going to do. Does the teacher need to monitor they're giving enough homework? Does the teacher have to monitor how much homework each child has given the other? No, we don't. They themselves get so ambitious. You will give 5 questions, they'll give 20 each other. And you will see that happening. Don't try to hold the reins. The more you hold the reins, the less they're going to take initiative. The more you let go, the more initiative they will take from the little ones onwards.
Would you all like to go ahead with it? Do
No.
hands-on on this? How you're going to frame a new word with the help of? It's picture or the sound first? Picture. Is the letter or the picture first?
Guys, is letter first or picture first?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's never the letter here.
We never teach letters. We do not teach letters. Now, many people will say, including I met a wonderful head of education for the UP government, and she said, बगैर letter के कैसे पढ़ेंगे बच्चे? आप उन्हें दिखाएंगे ना, क्योंकि आप दिखाएंगे पिक्चर के थ्रू पढ़ लेते हैं बच्चे, घर जाके पिक्चर नोटिस करते हैं घरों में, गांवों में और कहाँ पर अपने झोपड़ियों में कहे छोटे बच्चों को पढ़ाते हैं, इन दो आवाजों को जोड़ो एक नया वर्ड बन गया, कितने क्रिएटिव हो जाते हैं बच्चे, यू नो. आप उनको, if you're just telling everything like a formula, like a book, don't stick to the books. The books are only there as triggers. Now, the idea of triggers also we need to understand. What is a trigger? As opposed to what's an instruction. Pehle I used to do these mentor notes, like you're a mentor, you're going to do this. But now all that is out. We're calling these either student triggers or teacher triggers. Student triggers are direct instruction. Pair up, do this, take turns to do that, take turns to do that. Teachers to just read it out and demonstrate. Teachers demonstrating how they're going to do that particular paired activity. So they're also for the teacher to do as a demonstration, but they're written directly so the teacher doesn't have to interpret it in her mind how to tell it to the children. She's able to tell to the children easily. Then comes the triggers for the teacher. Triggers for the teacher are really reminding the teacher, for example, that why does a sentence have an a sound rather than a sound? Second sound of the letter A, right? We don't say letter at all, but we say, what is the sound of umbrella? What is the sound of umbrella? Right? So what is the second sound, or one of the sounds we use for A is a, umbrella, umbrella, a. Mommy was practicing with me last night. And in has, do we have the S sound or do we have the Z sound? Has S sound at the end or Z sound at the end? Z. So which animal do we associate with Z sound? Zebra. So it's a zebra Z, even though it's a S. So children know that's a sound. Then they read pronunciation very clearly, and they become very good at reading in a professional English sense. You can't distinguish them from being from India. They could very well be in any other country. And English is not our language, it's acquired from them. All right, so you're showing something, right? Are you about to show something?
Shangri-La and Sania?
Let's see videos.
Yeah. Can we see the video?
Even regarding questions, when you're asking the children to make questions, initially they'll make whatever they can. Now it's your job to teach them how to make better questions. So how would you teach them without teaching them? How would you do that? It's your responsibility to develop their context. So you will show them two question types on the board, and you'll ask the children which of these is better. Why is it better? Right? And so you'll develop their context to make better and better questions. By the time then in second or third month, they're making excellent questions. But you will have played that role of empowering them how to. The key is they make questions for themselves. You know, these kids will grow up, and when they join the workforce, they will not first join the workforce, they'll be leaders. They have taken so much leadership role in the whole process. Secondly, they have communication skills like par excellence. They'll be able to tell what they want, how to frame a question. So difficult to frame a question. It's easy to give answers. We've always taught them to give answers. Have you ever taught them to make questions? The little ones? No, never. So we're going to now empower them, and then when they become of age and they go to the careers and all that, they are super articulate. They're great collaborators. They know how to collaborate, to appreciate each other. They know how to think critically. they know how to be creative solutions. These are the 4C goals of the 6C of Michael Fullan's, right? 4C skills. I took out 2 from the Michael Fullan model because they're not, in my mind, skills, they're traits. They're who you are. So character is not a skill. Character is who you are. So character is a trait. Citizenship also is a trait. You can teach it a little bit in the sense of collaboration, communication. They come into citizenship. So many things come into citizenship, but it is a trait. You are a good citizen. You care for others. You care for the society. You care for the environment. All these things you learn in the process of. So that's a trait. Climate consciousness is also a trait. We put climate consciousness separately as an important goal because climate is really suffering. So we want children to turn off lights, to naturally turn off the taps that are leaking, ask the parents to do certain things, do it themselves. They become conscious of their role as environment keepers. And so that's the climate consciousness that comes from having that focus in our books and materials, and in what ma'am mentioned, Samvita ma'am, recycle, reuse, and reduce. Then comes the 3 traits we've agreed, 4 skills we know: collaboration, communication, creativity, and critical thinking. Those are the 4C. Teach those skills by process of learning, like we're doing. Then 4C traits the outcomes of that process. One of them is climate consciousness. One of them is character, because character is formed. If I'm just talking to you all day, you won't have the opportunity to form your character. But if you're working with each other, suddenly you say, he stole my pencil or he snatched my pencil. Now, suddenly it's a character education, right? It's in the system, it's built in. So, character is an outcome. Climate consciousness, character, citizenship, and one more. What is that? Connectedness. Absolutely. Connectedness. What does connectedness mean? If I'm working with Anjali ma'am, right? So I'm now feeling connected to her. In a normal class, they never connect. At most, have a little bit of chit chat around tiffin time, isn't it? So here, they're going to have that connection with everyone in the class. Why everyone in the class? How come everyone in the class? Every day we're changing the pairs. Every day we're making random pairs, right? So even if Anjali set my homework, when I come back, I might be sitting with Parminder. So Parminder ji is now she will see what homework Anjali had set me and she'll correct it for me. And now she will set my homework and I set hers. So that rotation means that within a few days, even in your classes, there are 55 children, many campuses, average of about 55. You will still see the children will get to know every child in the class in a very short time, right? So if it's divide 55 by 2, it'll be how many? 23 approximately, 22 and a half, 23. 23 days it'll be done. Every 23 days they'll work with you again in a random order. How many times in a year they'll work with each other? I happen to be, supposing, and I am actually, I'm dyslexic, right? I happen to be, that's why I have to think sometimes twice because I have to correct myself. Another child may be a special needs child. Let's say today I am the special needs child. Normally, I'll be sitting next to the teacher and nobody will really work with me. Here, by definition, everybody has to work with me. So I feel, very privileged that all the children work with me. What do the other children gain from me? We're also rushing about learning. The system is so fast, you don't need to work. What will the other children learn from me? What's your guess? I'm a special needs child. Will they learn anything from me? They will learn sense of responsibility. I'm taking responsibility for Sunita, right? They will feel, what else will they feel? What will they learn from me by being with me? Kindness, respect, yeah? Empathy, right? They will feel empathy. Are these qualities we need to develop in our children? Right? So isn't that an awesome gain for everyone to work with me, though I'm a special needs child? How do I feel as a special needs child? a sense of belonging. I'm equal. I don't, I, you know, I do. Children should never feel I'm not good enough. Nobody, not a single child in the class should feel I'm not good enough, or I'm lacking in this, or I'm lacking in that. They should all have self awareness. It's not about, oh, I'm the greatest. No, that is also wrong, right? They should know we are all learning at our own pace, in our own ways. We're all different, we're all special. And this is something we need to nurture in an alpha classroom. So, how do we do that? All the children come to work with me. I benefit because I now see the whole class as my friend. Yeah. If I have a problem, I can go to anyone I feel very comfortable with, which is usually the whole class and whatever. So I think, and these friendships continue for lifelong, I'm sure. You know, the number of kids my son made friends with in grade 4 in one of the CMS campuses, ABBA ma'am's campus, um, he can hardly remember, right? Though he worked with them for years. I think we need these connections for life as well. So this is connectedness. And this leads to social, emotional, mental well-being, isn't it? There are many ways in which social, emotional, mental well-being happens. You'll hear about them from Abha ma'am in a little bit. Abha Anand, either today or tomorrow. Social, emotional, mental well-being. That's your topic, ma'am. Last minute. Okay, but I'd love you to please talk about that. A very important topic. Because actually, ultimately, learning is secondary. They learn 3 times as much as a regular classroom, maybe 10 times as much, depends on you. There is a teacher variability. Those teachers who are doing it perfectly, the alpha way, they're seeing more outcome. That's a given. Those who say, oh, there's no written work, there is no this, there's no that, and they keep pushing written work in the middle or whatever, when it's not, the children are not ready. Their hands are not ready, little ones. We need to work with the scientific way of working. The parents will push you in the direction of written work. You show them book 3. There are 3 books. Book 1, book 2, book 3. 3 phases. Phase 1, book 1, phase 2, book 2, and phase 3, book 3. In the third book, they're not just writing answers to question. In the second book, for example, in English, it's all literature, poems, poems, and prose. Ma'am has seen, some of the principals have already seen that. So you have this second book, which is your phase 2. Phase 1 is about learning to read and communicate, talk to each other, be able to articulate who am I, a conversation, self-introduction, that discussion on a telephone. They make these toy telephones and talk to each other. They learn how to speak and how to read. That's goal number 1. Second phase, they're reading comprehension, understanding of text. They're understanding in the first one also, but now it is more in depth, more text, more challenging text, more vocabulary. They're developing all that. They're using the dictionary a lot more in phase 2. They're using an atlas to look up places. They invent places in the role plays. Oh, this particular animal must be from Zimbabwe. They look up Zimbabwe on the atlas. So they develop their global awareness as much. So second phase is about literature and literature comprehension. That means, of course, we are giving some questions, but before we give questions, we ask them to make their own questions. This is really important. They are reading a prose. Let's say Samita ma'am and I are working with each other. I read one line, she reads one line. We explain to each other. Then on a paragraph, we make questions for each other. I make for her and she makes for me. Right? So we take turns to make questions for each other. So there's a deeper understanding of the text. Teacher does it only one time on the board, or she tells a story because little kids can't read. That is verbal, not effective. Right? Here the children are reading for themselves because they've developed the skill to read in phase 1. Right? Now they're reading for themselves, they're understanding for themselves, they're making questions for each other. Then we give them some questions. There's every lesson in literature ends with a quizzy quiz. So there's a quiz, and then they answer that with each other verbally, and then they write it as homework. So lots of written work in phase 2 as well. Phase 3 is where you're teaching the skill to write. We never teach children the skill to write. We say, write on your birthday party. Do we ever teach them how to write on your birthday party? Or we just expect them they'll write? What do we do? How many say we teach them the skill to write, and how many say you don't? So firstly, how many of, in your classes, grade 1, grade 2, prep 3, that is your kindergarten, how many of you teach them how to write a prose, any kind of prose. Okay, so there are a few hands up. Perfect, right? Especially maybe the alpha classes, you've been doing that in phase 3. In your own, on your own. Perfect. So there are teachers who'll do that, but often we don't have time. We're given 6 proses to write in a year. Is that correct? 6 proses? Ma'am, is that correct? 6 proses? And all the time, we're just saying, okay, here are the keywords. Let's discuss some keywords. Let's discuss a little around it. And then now you're on your own. Isn't it? That's what we normally do. This is not adequate. We need to build the skill to write. How do you write in the first place? And that is composition, creative writing. We start with model-based writing. They see a model, they write. I give you autobiography of a chair, class 1 children, class 2 children, autobiography of a chair. Now you see the sequence of events, it's marked, beginning, middle, end, right? Now the teacher discusses autobiography of a chair. Sorry, it's a chair. So a roti, right? Autobiography roti. So the children will come up on their own. Before the teacher does too much of discussing, children discuss among themselves. Say, okay, discuss. How are you going to write? Think of a beginning. You're only giving seed thoughts. Think of a beginning, think of a middle, think of an end. First, think of a beginning and the end. So what could a good beginning be for a topic, let's say like birds? What would be a good beginning? How they look like, what is their appearance. Okay, fine. So anything can be a good opening, but you have to train the mind in thinking of an opening. Like, for example, you might say, where are the birds? And you end with, let's look after our birds. And then in between other paragraphs. But you have to, just like we teach them how to do a alpha process in asking questions and answering and saying, well done. Similarly, you teach them exactly in the same manner how to come up with a beginning and how to come up with an ending, and then how the body and in paragraphs. Very little kids can write paragraphs. It's not a problem. We only give them 5 लाइनें लिखिए. कितने लोग कहते हैं 5 लाइनें लिखिए? All schools say 5 लाइनें लिखिए. 5 सब्जियों के नाम लिखिए, 5 fruits के नाम लिखिए. None of that in alpha. You're constraining, you're reducing them. They're capable of so much more. This is the belief part. Ma'am, over to you.
We have that video ready. Can we please show the video? See, lot of noise there, but that was not noise, that was music to our ears. Because when there are 45 or 50 children in a class, so when you pair them up, so 25 pairs are working together. It is a buzzing class. So that is something very practical, very natural that was happening in the classes. Now, the 4 steps of alpha process, are they clear to you, galvanizers? First, that is done. Second, that is also through clear. The third, okay. Third, could you come again with the third one? Whole class, pairing. And the fourth one? Absolutely. So, would you like to do hands-on on the third, or should we go to the fourth one if you're clear with it? So, one hands-on of third. So, you people do it, the champions are coming to you. And remember, we'll follow the same norms, no raising hands, they'll come to you. So maybe 1 or 2 hands-on could be showcased.
Yeah, ma'am, I'm coming. Okay, we are here. Who? Okay. What is this? This is a mango. What is the first sound? Okay, what is this? This is a sun. What is the first sound? Okay, now what is this? This is an igloo. What is the sound? E. What is this? This is a tap. What is the first sound? It's tap. So what word does these three sounds make? Eat, sit. Well done. Okay. Okay. What is this? This is a cup. What is this? What is the first sound? Cup. What is this? This is an umbrella. What is the first sound? Up. Okay, the next one. What is this? This is a pencil. What is the first sound? Puff. Puff. So, cup, cup. Well done. Great. Okay. Can we have another prayer? So teachers, this was the third step, and now we are coming to the fourth step, making question.
You all can make questions for each other.
Vinci, what is the first picture?
This is a cup.
What is the first sound of the first picture? Well done. What is the second picture? What is the first sound of the second picture? Well done. What is the third picture?
This is a pencil.
What is the first sound of the third picture? P. Well done. Now can you make the word of these three pictures by joining the first sound of these three pictures?
The word will be cap.
Well done. So the word is
Cap.
cap.
Now, can we take turns, please? The partner takes up a different word. What is the first picture?
It is butterfly.
What is the sound of this picture?
It is book.
Well done. What is the second picture?
It is an umbrella.
What is the sound of this picture?
It is a sound.
Well done. What is this picture?
It is grapes.
What is the first picture?
It is go.
Well done. Can you join all the first sound of these pictures?
The word will be bug.
Well done.
Great.
So team, do we have clarity here? Okay.
Any other? Yeah.
Kirtika, which alphabet is this?
What is the first picture?
The first picture is of a cupcake.
What is the sound?
First sound.
What is the first sound?
First sound is k.
Good. What is the second sound?
Second picture.
Sorry, what is the second picture?
The second picture is apple.
What is the first sound of the second picture?
The first sound of the second picture is a.
Okay. What is the third picture?
The third picture is of a pig.
And what is the first sound of the third picture?
The first sound of the third picture is p.
So what is the word which is formed?
The new word formed is cap.
Good.
Role reversal.
What is the first picture?
Oh, it's a picture of a sun.
What is the first sound of the first picture?
So,
What is the second picture?
it's an igloo.
What is the first sound of the second picture?
Eh,
What is the third picture?
it's a ticket.
Sound?
Ch.
What is a new word formed?
It is sit.
Well done.
Okay. Teachers, don't forget the role reversal.
I would just like to mention one thing here. Teachers, remember, we don't talk about letters or alphabet here. We just talk about the picture first and then the sound. Because I'm sure majority, in fact all, 99.9% of the Montessori children who are coming to your classes, they know what a car looks like. And they know what a car is, and they know this is called a car, so they know the sound also.
What is this? This is sun. What is the first sound of sun? Well done. What is this? This is igloo. What is the first sound of an igloo? Great. What is this? This is ticket. Good. Sound of a ticket. T. Okay. Now what word do these three sounds make? E. Great work.
You can ask this during the feedback session. We have a feedback. Fine, thank you.
I just wanted to point out one thing here. See, we know we've been doing phonics, and that's why it was sun. The sound. Beg the child to know the
What is
phonics
this?
also here.
What is the first sound of this picture? What is this? What is the first sound of this picture? Oh. What is this? Okay. What is the first sound of this picture? Okay. So let me write the sounds. When we join the three letters, what is the word? Sounds. When we join the sounds, what? Sun. S. Oh, sun.
Okay. What is this picture? What is the first sound of the picture?
Ba.
What is this picture?
Hey, ma'am.
It's an apple.
What is the first sound of the picture?
Ah. It's a lollipop. Ooh. Another lollipop.
What is the first sound of this picture?
Ooh.
When we are we will join all the verbs. So, ma'am, then sounds, what will come?
Ball. High five.
Thank you, teacher. Can we come?
What is this?
This is a cake.
What is the first sound?
The first sound is k, k, k.
Good job. Now, what is this?
This is an octopus.
What is the first sound?
The first sound is octopus.
Excellent. Now, your turn.
What is this?
This. Okay. What is this?
Pencil.
What is the first sound?
The first sound is pencil.
What words these sounds make?
The word is k or p. Cup.
Excellent. Give me a high five.
Okay, now it's your turn. What is this?
This is the sun.
What is the beginning sound of this picture? What is this?
An umbrella.
What is the first sound of this picture?
Uh, uh, uh.
What is this?
This is a nest. Nut. This is a nut.
What is the first sound of this picture?
It's
What word do these sound make?
a sun.
Well done. Give me a high five. Great.
Just after that.
Can you tell me what is this?
This is a duck.
Well done. What is this?
This is an octopus.
Okay. What is the first sound of this?
D, d.
Very good. What is the first sound of this?
Firstly, tell them.
O.
Firstly, tell what is this picture?
No.
First, you have to tell
Yes.
the first picture.
What is this
First
picture?
sound, second picture, first sound, first sound.
Octopus.
What is this?
This is a grape.
What is the first sound?
G, g.
Very good. Now can you join all the first sounds together?
Yes. D,
Coming.
g. Dog.
Very well done. So we got a new word. It's dog. High five.
What is this?
This is an apple.
What is the first sound of this?
Apple.
What is this?
This is a nest.
What is the first sound of this? What is this?
This is a tree.
What is the first sound of this?
Tree.
Can you join all the first sound of this picture?
Yes, it's ant.
Well done.
They don't say yes. Shangrila ma'am and Sonali ma'am, excuse me for the interruption. Teachers, here I was seeing, in case your partner did not get it right, what are you going to say? Excellent. Excellent. So be very mindful when you're having this pair activity. The children will have to be very mindful. They cannot let their pair continue making mistakes, Using the magic words try again, they have to get it right for their friend. All right, now can we move on to the next step, please?
Sure, ma'am.
Let's move on to the next step. See, when we teachers are not able to remember the steps, imagine how it's going to be for a children who are 3, 4, and 5. So, vocabulary, don't change the norms. Stick to the same words. It's a role play kind of a thing when they are framing new words. Don't deviate. Don't use a different word. Don't use a different vocabulary. Don't use a different sentence, because any particular sentence can be said in so many different ways. It needs to be registered with the child. They need to register that this is a role play and this is how we have to go ahead every day. Yes, please go ahead, Sonali.
Yes, there were many galvanizers who wanted to speak, but let's move on. After making questions for their peers, they can extend these as homework.
So this is a sample of a question made by nursery class student, where she created a matching activity where she joined the animals or living things with their respective places where they live.
I just want to add one thing here. Now look at it. This is a question made by a nursery child. Now, no written words initially for small steps, a positive start. Do you think is this possible? Do you think this is genuine? See, this is how we start. You cannot expect them to start writing questions, We have to see their caliber, their level, and gradually build it up for them. And you'll see when this process is on, you will see as the time will pass, the phases will progress, you will see the skills building up in them. Please continue.
Okay, so now we have a video which will showcase the 3 steps of the learning process.
Okay, so now everyone is ready? Okay, see, now first I'm going to call one of my friend. Shiran, can you please come here? See, I have made the chit. Can you see? I have written 5 words from the story. Shiran, are you ready with your chits? Yes. So now we are going to give dictation to each other. Shiran, please write word 10. Are you done? Okay. Now it's your turn, Shiran.
Can you write yours?
Sure, Shiran, I can write. Okay, now next word is track. Very good, Shiran. And I'm checking your words.
Mishka, you write 10. Very good, Mishka. Run. Run. And you will write 10.
the first sound that it makes is A, and then take out the and place table. Would be nice for Montessori. This is exactly how you're going to initiate. Because they don't know the letter, they don't recognize the letter. Till they have a picture of the letter. So
Understand what is the concept? It is not starting with the letter. It's
Yes,
starting
ma'am.
with the picture.
yes, ma'am, that is only-
Picture, sound, and then the letter
Ma'am,
comes.
by nursery.
And it's perfectly what you're saying. Go with the picture.
Ma'am,
And they don't, what you're saying, they're not able to say in a complete sentence.
No, ma'am. In nursery, they are aware of the letter. They know how the letter A looks like. But when they come to Montessori, most of the parents, in fact, all of them are teaching capital ABCD. Nobody is teaching lowercase letters. So the child cannot frame the image of the letter A in their mind and then try to run it together to make a word.
Okay, again, I go back to the concept. Did we ever say that the child should be knowing the letter?
No. No.
Did we ever say that?
No.
So, ma'am,
We are starting with the picture. Suppose there is you're a Montessori teacher.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sure all the children, they must have seen a car. Do you agree with that? They know
Yes, ma'am.
what a car, this is a car. If you ask them, you show a real car also outside, they will know this is a car. So it is using that pre-knowledge of the awareness of different objects and pictures that you're using. We don't expect them to know phonics or the alphabet. Get that clear.
Okay.
What is the picture is known, the object is known to the child. You're building on.
But then they have to place the letters together to run it together.
No letters. You're not even, see, let me say this. As ma'am has said, please deprogram yourself. You have to think vastly differently and think in a different way altogether. Letters are not a reality for the child, Montessori child. Pictures are more a reality for them because they see those pictures in their environment, isn't it? And to the extent they don't know something, for example, they don't know this is called car, how long does it take to teach a little child this is car? No time. It is so much easier to teach a picture and to tell what the picture is than to teach a letter. We do not want letters at all. So what are letters for them? When they see car, ka, what is the ka? Is a sound, not a letter. When they see this symbol, for the little child, it is not C, it is ka. It's a sound symbol. Okay, they don't need to know those in the beginning. They just need to recognize them as sounds. So car, ka, right? Apple, ah. Top, ta. That's all they need to know. वहाँ पे symbol लिखा हुआ है, जैसे कि for example, you take your children, ठीक है, आप गार्डन में लेके गए बच्चों को, आपने बताया ये गेंदे का फूल है, उनके माइंड में इंप्रेशन बैठ गया है गेंदे का फूल है. आपने बताया ये रोज का फूल है, गुलाब का फूल है, उनके दिमाग में बैठ गया, ये कमल है, ये कमल. आप वापस क्लास में आएंगे, बच्चे आपको 10 नाम बता पाएंगे, दिमाग में वो इमेज बैठी होगी, उस फूल की इमेज उनके दिमाग में बैठी होगी. पिक्चर्स आर मच easier to remember than abstract letters. We are not asking them to remember the letters. We're not even asking them to remember the sounds, but they will. Because there is something called the power of abstraction. We have not utilized that power in our learning, unfortunately. Power of abstraction is, जैसे कि आप abacus होता है ना, चाइना में, हम लोग भी यूज करते हैं, इंडिया में abacus की ट्रेनिंग देते हैं कि नहीं हम लोग? तो abacus में पहले तो abacus यूज करता है बच्चा, ऊपर नीचे करता है, नंबर्स बनाता है. थोड़े समय बाद वो abacus को हटा देता है, अपने माइंड में नंबर्स बनाता है. Are you all with me over there in that corner? Raise your hands if you can hear me back there. Yes, thank you. Okay, so क्या होता है? Abstraction होता है. दिमाग में ही वो काम हो जाता है. Pictures are very strong impressions on the mind. They will remember. We don't give them, जैसे there are 26 letters. We don't give them 26 pictures to memorize. We give them the first lesson only. And in the first lesson, there are 6 pictures, 6 picture cards and 6 sound cards. We're not calling them letters. They are letters to us adults, but we're calling them what? Sound cards. We have to always deprogram ourselves. Do not make the mistake of calling them letters, right? So we are saying, okay, children, this is what? On the screen you're showing them, and this is a car, right? So the class knows, see, anything that they do not know, that's a GK kind of thing, that is like, आपका नाम क्या है, हम discover थोड़ी करेंगे आपका नाम, आप बताओगे ना नाम ना, तभी तो हमें पता लगेगा आपका नाम क्या है. इसी तरह पिक्चर जो है, उसका नाम अगर बच्चे को नहीं पता है तो आप बताओगे पिक्चर ये है, ये वन की पिक्चर है, ये पेड़ नहीं है, वन. थोड़े क्लैरिफिकेशंस आपको पिक्चर के देने होंगे बच्चे को, पिक्चर क्या है, स्पेशली चिल्ड्रन हु आर कमिंग from in Montessori, it could be Chinese, right? So we have to give them the picture name. What is the name of this picture? What is my name? What is this picture's name? Picture has a name, right? Once those 6 picture names are embedded, then we show them picture sounds. We say, एक sound, बल्कि 3 हैं. बतख में ब त क, ब एक पहली साउंड है. पहली साउंड क्या है वो आपको उनको बताना है, अवगत कराना है उसका. दे विल लर्न वेरी क्विकली. इसे ये पिक्चर की पहली आवाज क्या सुनाई देती है, इट्स अ लॉजिकल माइंड डेरिवेशन. It is not rote learning. It is known, as ma'am said, known to unknown. अब ये पिक्चर known हो गई, right? अब हम जा रहे हैं बच्चे की कॉग्निटिव माइंड से निकल वाली आवाज आपको क्या सुनाई दे रही है. उसमें कोई पढ़ाना पड़ेगा बच्चों को, केवल कॉन्सेप्ट बताना पहली आवाज क्या होती है. जैसे मेरे नाम की पहली आवाज क्या है, आपके नाम की पहली आवाज क्या है, आपके नाम की पहली आवाज क्या है, इस मेज की पहली आवाज क्या है, इस दरवाजे की पहली आवाज क्या है, इसी तरह इस चित्र की पहली आवाज क्या है. केवल ये बच्चे को समझ में आना चाहिए, व्हाट डू यू वांट फ्रॉम देम. आई वांट टू नो व्हाट इज द फर्स्ट साउंड, दैट दे कैन डिराइव फ्रॉम द पिक्चर itself, बिकॉज फर्स्ट साउंड पे एम्बेडेड है, उसी से निकल के आ रही है. जैसे बतख से बा गिर रहा है, बतख बा, खार ख, राइट, गिर रहा है. ये सिखाना नहीं पड़ता है, ये डिराइव करना होता है, बच्चों से निकलवाना होता है. ठीक है. तो नोन टू अननोन, नोन इज द पिक्चर and still it is known, it is a cognitive process. The k sound is also known, sound is also now, and t sound is also known now. Now the last question you're saying, इन 3 साउंड्स को जोड़ देते हैं तो क्या बनता है. ये भी एक कॉग्निटिव प्रोसेस है, ये भी एक माइंड का कनेक्शन है. 3 आवाजों को जोड़ के एक शब्द बनाना. इट इज नॉट समथिंग यू हैव टू टीच देम एक्सेप्ट टू रिकॉग्नाइज इन देम, यू नो, कि ये ऐसा होता है. इस तरह से डिराइव करते हैं. जब जैसे मेज से माँ निकला और लेट्स से कुर्सी से का निकला, सो का माँ ऐड किया तो क्या बना, कम. बच्चे लोग अपने आप बनाने लगेंगे वर्ड्स. आप जो बताएंगे वो तो एक बताएंगे, डेमो करेंगे, 2 बार बताएंगे इन अ चाइल्ड डेमो, मे बी 3 बार बताएंगे क्योंकि छोटे बच्चे हैं, 4 बार बताएंगे, डजंट मैटर. जब तक उनके दिमाग में ये नहीं बैठ जाता कि आप चाहते क्या हैं उनसे. आप पहले चाहते हो चित्र को रिकॉग्नाइज करे, चित्र को उसको आना चाहिए, नंबर 1. नंबर 2, बच्चे को आना चाहिए कि चित्र की पहली आवाज क्या है, उसकी परिभाषा क्या है, व्हाट इज पहली आवाज. तो बच्चे को अपने आप ही डिकोड करना है. दिस कॉल्ड डिकोडिंग, इंग्लिश में भी डिकोडिंग. लेकिन डिकोडिंग इंग्लिश में जो होती है वो लेटर टू साउंड होती है, यहाँ लेटर टू साउंड नहीं है, इसमें डिकोडिंग पिक्चर टू साउंड है. ये सबके दिमाग में बैठ जाना है. ठीक है. पिक्चर की पहली साउंड क्या है वो बता पाएंगे, पिक्चर का वर्ड बता पाएंगे क्या है, कार है, उसकी क्या है, का खुद बता पाएंगे. 3 आवाजों को जोड़ के एक शब्द बनता है. ये आप चाहते हैं, ये बच्चे को समझ में आना चाहिए. यू वांट कि इन 3 आवाजों को जोड़ दें, या हिंदी में इन 2 आवाजों को जोड़ दें और एक शब्द बनता है. वो शब्द उन्हें रिकग्नाइज होगा. धीरे धीरे उनकी वोकैबुलरी बढ़ेगी, उनका कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़ेगा. वी आर नॉट एक्सपेक्टिंग कि पहले दिन ही बच्चे सब कर पाएंगे. आप पहले दिन को बहुत सिंपल, फॉर एग्जांपल 6 पिक्चर्स और 6 साउंड्स, इससे आप गेम कराएंगे. कैसे कराएंगे? पहले तो आप 3 ही साउंड्स लेंगे, 3 ही पिक्चर्स लेंगे, 6 में भी. पूरा पहला लेसन 6 साउंड्स का है, लेकिन आप पहला, उसका भी पहला पार्ट मॉन्टेसरी के लिए एप्पल एंड टॉप, 3 चित्र हैं जो बच्चे को आने चाहिए, राइट. और हम 3 क्यों देते हैं? नॉर्मली हम लोग जो पढ़ाते हैं मॉन्टेसरी के बच्चों को, तो हम एक लेटर सिखाते हैं पूरे हफ्ते, yes or no, 1 letter whole week, and here we are teaching them 6 sounds in 1 day, maybe 3 days, that's all. 6 sounds, कितने गुना हो गया लर्निंग? 10-20 गुना, राइट. एंड कैसे संभव है? क्योंकि आप चित्र के थ्रू जा रहे हैं, that's the magic of it. The difference is in the pedagogy, right? Pedagogy part 1 is the decoding and blending. Known, everything is known. Picture is now known because you've taught them the picture. Sound is known because they can derive it. Adding is known because they can add themselves with their mind. तीनों चीजें हो गई known. Unknown क्या है? इसमें तो कुछ भी unknown नहीं है, right? To unknown में भी ये known ही known है सारा. तो बच्चे खुद derive कर लेंगे. That is the key thing. अब आप बच्चों से निकलवा लेंगे तो आप माहिर हो जाएंगे इसमें. You'll now go and train Maldives and other countries because आप उसको दिखा पाएंगे कि देखिए हमारे छोटे बच्चे 3 लेटर वर्ड्स पढ़ पाते हैं और वो भी पहले हफ्ते में. यानी कि हम पूरे साल ABCD पढ़ाएंगे फिर जाके एंड में भी 3 लेटर वर्ड पढ़ पाएंगे. यही तो हम करते हैं. बल्कि मॉन्टेसरी में 3 लेटर वर्ड तो सिखाते ही नहीं है. हमको सीधे नर्सरी के एंड में 3 लेटर वर्ड्स इंट्रोड्यूस करते हैं. नर्सरी के एंड में. Can you imagine that? And these kids Montessori are reading in first week 3 letter words. Huge difference. It's all because of pedagogy. Difference in pedagogy. We have been teaching whole language जैसे हम लोग सीखे थे. का से कबूतर, खा से क्या है? खरगोश. Right? तो rote learning थी. Okay, ma'am. आप इतनी देर से खड़े हैं, लेकिन thank you for your concern. It's very important that we hear you now. आपको letter word दिमाग से निकाल देना है सभी को.
So if the picture comes first, the sound, and then you think that the child has a picture of the letter C or A in the mind because it's already there.
Yes.
When you are, ma'am, A is written. So what is this? This is an apple. The first sound it makes is A.
Not A. First sound in A नहीं होगा. See, यही आपको नहीं. First sound A में नहीं है ना A में है.
First sound of the
first sound में picture में है. बिल्कुल.
Yes, ma'am.
ये बहुत बड़ा difference. अच्छा, मैंने सुना आपके कुछ लोगों ने क्या किया कि आपने कहा
not the letter.
Octopus or
No.
It is never or octopus. It is always
the first sound
octopus or.
which comes
Even when you're relating it back, do not relate back in the opposite direction because the clarity of mind is critical. Our own minds.
I was just wondering because since they don't have an impression of the letter in the mind, how the letter A looks like or B looks like. But we've not seen the ALfA books. Maybe in Montessori, where you have a picture of an apple, the letter is also printed. So there are certain things which your senses also takes into account. When you're showing what is this? This is an apple, the first sound, and then the A is visible.
So the A is not A.
Sorry, ma'am.
A, number 1. Number 2, it is not a letter, it's a sound.
Yeah, it's
number
a
3, it is a sound symbol for that sound.
Yes, it's a symbol
Right?
for the sound.
Yeah. Huma.
Thank you, ma'am.
And there are specific pictures only which are given on the book, which we have to follow. Whenever A is there, apple is only. So we'll never say apple. We will never say letter. We always say apple, right?
So it is never also A apple or A apple, please. It is only apple, A. Only one direction. Apple, A. Please keep that in mind. You have to deprogram your children. You have to deprogram yourselves. And you have to deprogram parents. Parents are the culprit. So you please tell the parents, do not teach. Please let the child teach you. Ulta. Let the child teach you. Please do not teach. Because the moment you will teach it incorrectly. The child will be confused. You want your children to learn to read really fast? Like within a week reading newspaper? Okay. Then please stay away from trying to teach. Please do not teach. Second thing, when the child is trying to read, for example, they're reading simple words in the beginning, then the moment the child stops, थोड़ा सा सोचने के लिए रुकता है parent, बच्चा, तो parent तुरंत बता देता है जवाब. Right? They're so impatient. They want them to rote learn. They don't want them to think. But thinking is the major most advantage of ALfA. We're getting the cognitive mind active. We're using the power of abstraction. Meaning, हमने कोई चीज देखी, अब उसकी पहली साउंड मेरे दिमाग में बैठ गई. अब आप मुझे 3 साउंड से 10 वर्ड्स बना दीजिए, मैं सारे 10 वर्ड्स डिकोड कर लूंगा. Right? That is the mind, the power of the mind that we are not utilizing in the old system. It's all rote learning. So please tell the parents, stay back, relax, Do not interfere with the learning. Do not teach. Very, very important. And similarly, after demonstration, twice, thrice, as many times as you need, and teaching them that questioning skill, how to question, how to work in a pair, those are the key things. Because now you've empowered them to learn by themselves. Right? आपने उनकी चाबी लगा दी और आप बैठ गए कोने में. अब वो चलती रहेगी घड़ी. या टॉप चलता रहेगा, आपने एक बार चालू कर दिया. That is how ALfA is supposed to work. Any other Montessori teachers who are concerned, because you are obviously the most concerned, because how can pair learning take place for teeny weenies, right? So I just want to show you how we did it in COVID time, where we were discovering this new fact about children. One video. No? Okay. All right. In a minute, when it's ready, we'll show you how little children on their own, with the mobile screen or a computer screen, they can create learning by themselves. At that time, we did not have Tina and Toto. We had Tina and Lola. So she's using Tina and Lola. Now we have Tina and Toto. So, but now we're not changing Tina and Toto. They'll remain. Because I tried to change this time and there was rebellion. Nobody wanted to change Tina and Toto. They become good friends with them. Tina and Toto, they enjoy that, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. So anybody in doubt still, please raise your hands. Don't feel that I'm going to jump on you or ma'am Samvita will. We just want to make it very clear. Okay, yes ma'am, go ahead.
Just like you said that we have to, you said that we have to use the same pictures. So why is it necessary to use the same pictures like apple? Why can't we use ant or aeroplane?
Firstly, can you correct yourself, please?
Apple. Yeah.
So why don't we use many pictures or different pictures? Yes, it'll confuse the child. Very good point. And in the beginning, you need एक सहारा चाहिए. वो दिमाग में बैठ जाएगा. हम आपको 6 पिक्चर्स का की बताएंगे तो आप कंफ्यूज हो जाओगे. एक पिक्चर के सहारे एक साउंड. ये हमने डिस्कवर किया. ये भी हमने बिगनिंग में हमारे पास जो ये ABCD सिखाने का क्वेश्चन मार्क जो उल्टे तरीके से, वो भी उसमें 23 बुकलेट्स थे हमारे पास. Now I have a 16-page booklet. Huge difference. Because one picture, one sound. One picture, one sound. They can always learn more because they learn through literature. They will read more text as they grow. But early on, don't confuse them. You know, like for example, you don't feed complex food to a baby. Is it? We feed very simple foods, one type of food to a little baby. So it's like that. One type of picture in the beginning. But see how much unprogramming we have to do. Because she was saying, so what happening? Because it's normal. When you've been doing it for years, it's totally normal to fall into this. But you have to consciously remind yourself and do it another way. All right. Any other question? This side and the
Ma'am,
back?
this side.
Okay,
No
please.
question. Ma'am, there's
Yes,
no
go ahead.
question. I just wanted
Yes.
to solve the query.
Yes.
It is scientifically proven that when you work in a systematic, maybe there are 3 basic questions when a Montessori child comes to us. 3 basic questions which the child has already, you can say it, ratified. What is your name? What is your father's name? What is your mother's name? If you mingle the questions, the child gets stuck. This is the only reason why we are taking only those specific pictures only for recognizing the sounds, not letters. This is the only reason. And once the child is aware, because unconsciously the letters are there, we are not emphasizing on them, but the child sees those letters. And the child recognizes and the child is able to write also later on. This is one reason. And the one very basic example, for example, the tables which we have again mugged up when we were little ones. 2 1s are 2, 2 2s are 4, 2 3s are 6, 2 4s are 8. We used to mug up. And whenever a teacher used to ask us in a dodging form, the child used to get confused. But in the mind, at the back of the mind, ma'am, this is the answer. So when you work in sequence, set of sequence, it becomes easy for the little ones at least. It becomes easy. So for Montessori teachers who are having a lot of apprehensions, I think you don't have to, you have to erase those apprehensions. It works. It 110% it is going to work.
Thank you. That was very powerful. Thank you very much. But we are again going to use sound symbol and not letter. So whenever we say letter, tempted to say letter, say sound symbol.
Symbols.
Yeah, we have to change our vocabulary. Okay. Any other questions or thoughts? Yes, of course, Shivani ma'am.
Yeah.
I think when I was listening to the conversation, first of all, congratulations. I would like to personally congratulate those teachers who had the guts to and clear their doubts. I can vouch for it. There'll be many still sitting with a lot of ifs and buts and question marks, but they don't want to come up. So there's one thing, I felt like sharing with you all. It's the beginning teachers. It's not that throughout your life, the child will be learning like this. So as we set our syllabus, how to go ahead. So it's pedagogy that you have to opt initially. And I think you saw many videos where different pictures were taken up, those flip books. So it's just the beginning, and then it's like how innovative you can be. So you can use different pictures, you can have more conversation added to it. So don't get worried, and please clear your doubts if you have any. Yes, ma'am.
Jai Jagat ma'am. Ma'am, actually I want to know, like we talked about designing the homework for your partner. So like, do we need to guide them initially that what kind of questions they can frame, because they're very small. So do we need to guide them that how they can frame the homework for their partner?
Thank you for asking that. Again, I'll say that we need to unlearn being a teacher. No instructions, no guidance. There are only demonstration. So if you feel something is not clear in your child's mind or a pair or the entire class, best thing is to go ahead with a demonstration. Follow those 4 steps.
I want to know that, like what kind of questions will be there, like
See, initially when it's about homework, so they can do the same thing. Take that only as homework at home.
they can draw different pictures. Like they can draw 3 pictures. Suppose if they're yes, ma'am. Ma'am, like as we saw that there were 3 pictures and they were associating the sounds along with the picture. So like in the same way, like we can demonstrate to them that you can also draw 3 pictures for your partner. But it might happen that sometimes they are drawing it in the wrong sequence. Like the word is not meaningful. Like if they are like it was there, sun was there, suppose. So they were drawing different pictures according in that sequence. We are grown up, we know that this is the way to draw the picture, but they don't know. So they are going to do it in their way, and in that way they are going to, like sometimes they are going to make wrong words also. So are we supposed to check them? Are we supposed to tell them that, see, no, this is not a correct word, this is how you can do it?
Thank you. That's a very, very valid question. If you, please have a seat. If you go back to the presentation, there I had mentioned something about error control. When the pair is working, they do some kind of an error control where, and they are doing random pairing every day. So it's not 2 pairs, they'll be there together every day. It'll be different pairs every day. So when a child sees that the partner is going wrong, what word do they use? Try again. So the try again goes on. But yes, sometimes this try again might also not. Now, these are all apprehensions, it might not work. So maybe I'm telling you, you have gone towards the last stage. And also one thing, the homework that you saw, the nursery child doing that is towards the end, not at the beginning. This is not some kind of a magic that will take place instantly. And this is what Shivani ma'am also said, don't expect everything, to to be there or start beginning right at the beginning. And I also said, when we introduced in nursery and kindergarten, my two teachers, they had raised their hands. 1 and 2 going very well, but then they took little longer time. And once they understood, they are here. They were able to deliver well. And when it comes to homework, it is the same thing what they're doing in the class, and initially they can carry the same thing at home. And also, if parents being a partner at home, they will have to be like pairs only for them. Now, they cannot ask questions, instructions. They will have to pair them, be a pair for them, or the child does it with the help of Tina and Toto at home in that setting.
So, something to add on, you have to understand the objective. What is your objective when you are giving the, like, you want the child to create a word? Are you testing English? Are you testing that the child is understanding the meaning of that word, right or wrong word, what you used? So basically, it's the concept. Even I think you will agree when you use those E sound words, O sound words, U sound words. There are many. Sometimes they don't have any meaning. Yeah. So, what are you testing at that level? So, your objective has to be clear. Whatever the word is, but suppose the child is whatever the picture is, but if the child is able to make a word with the first sound of the picture, your purpose is done. Yes. So, you have to be very clear. I'm sure you're clear now. Great. So, whatever fear you have, whatever doubts you have, please get it cleared and go, more charged. Because I strongly believe whatever you take it full heartedly. If you are taking it half heartedly, then I'm sure you will never be confident of your own outcomes. Right? Thank you.
We said the beliefs. 2 beliefs were there in the child and in the process. That is it. And also, the purpose here is not to give the homework. Purpose is also not there, will the child do the homework or not? So there are various ways of ensuring, that the homework is done. Maybe the next day they come to the class. Again, the pairs, 5 minutes given, discuss what did you do at home, kind of a conversation, building up a hi, hello kind of a thing. So this is a process that you will have to give time in your respective classes. Yes, ma'am.
My dear friends, this is a new research. And what is this? We show a picture. Even an old lady or man over 70, 80, 90, if they can see what picture is this, okay, then they will say it is a battak. फिर से बोलिए. हाँ, नहीं, हिंदी में बोलेंगे बत्तख. क्या है ये? बत्तख. क्या देखा? बत्तख. इसकी पहली आवाज क्या है? ब. फिर ये क्या है? सपेरा. ये क्या है? सपेरा. इसकी पहली आवाज क्या है? सा. दोनों को जोड़िए. बस. बस. और वैसे भी आधुनिक मनोविज्ञान ने ये बताया है कि बच्चों को शब्दों में पढ़ाना चाहिए. ये तो बिल्कुल नई रिसर्च है, लेकिन अभी तक जो रिसर्च हुई थी वो शब्दों में पढ़ाना चाहिए. जैसे गमला, कमल, इस तरीके से काखा गाघा में नहीं पढ़ाना चाहिए, क्योंकि वो ट्रेडिशनल चलता रहा है और एक साल में खाली इतना ही तो सिखाना है। बताइए, जो चीज बच्चे 1 या 2 महीने में सीख सकते हैं उसे पूरे साल तक खींचना है। बच्चों में बहुत कैपेसिटी है, उनको बहुत सारी कहानियां, बहुत सारे गीत, बहुत सारी अंग्रेजी में राइम्स, बहुत ज्यादा ड्रामेटिक्स, आर्ट, कला, डांस, क्या क्या नहीं सीख जाएंगे वो लोग। सुनीता गांधी ने एक स्लम के बच्चों का कैंप लगाया था। 12 दिन में उन्होंने दर्जा 3 तक की पढ़ाई 12 दिन में कर दी, हिंदी और गणित की। लोग, इवन एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर और वाइस प्रेसिडेंट, वाइस सीएम श्री दिनेश शर्मा जी अचंभे में पड़ गए। कितने कॉरपोरेटर आए, वो अचंभे में पड़ गए। डायरेक्टर ऑफ एजुकेशन ने अपने विशेषज्ञों को भेजा, वो अचंभे में पड़ गए, क्योंकि बच्चों में बहुत क्षमता होती है। आपको पता मैरिया मोंटेसरी ने क्या कहा था? मैरिया मोंटेसरी ने कहा था कि जो बच्चा जीवन के प्रथम 3 या 4 वर्षों में सीख लेता है, उतना वो ज्ञान आगे 70 वर्षों में करता है। कहाँ तो 3 या 4 साल का ज्ञान और कहाँ आगे का ज्ञान। ये लोग सब रिसर्चर हैं, ये कोई कवि नहीं है जो अतिशोक्ति में कहे वो पानी बरसा तो जमीन और आसमान है ना, और सुनी क्या रात, क्या थी, सुनी शहनाई सारी रात और पता नहीं क्या क्या हो गया है। वो ऐसे कविताएं नहीं है करते हैं, लोग रिसर्चर्स हैं। तो इसको करके देखिए, अगर आप एक दूसरे के साथ ट्राई करें तो अभी करने लग जाएंगे। 2 के जोड़े में करते हैं और इतने ज्यादा बच्चे कॉन्फिडेंस हो जाते हैं, इतने कॉन्फिडेंट हो जाते हैं, टीचर को तो कोई काम ही नहीं रह जाता। बताइए ना जिन लोगों ने किया है, टीचर्स, कोई टीचर्स हैं यहाँ?
यस मैम।
हाँ, तो जरा उनसे कहिए वो बताएं ना करके 2 जने, बिकॉज सीइंग इज बिलीविंग। तो हम ही बन जाते हैं बच्चे टीचर्स। आइए।
Would Gomti Nagar, can we start with GN1? Would you like to share, or Aliganj 1, the ones who are doing it? Yes? Yeah.
So I'm from GN1. My name is Ashwarya, and my pair is Mani ma'am. So initially, we also were apprehensive whether this will work or not. We saw the mood training, and then we were like, we should actually implement this in our campus as well. So we started with kindergarten, and we started making them practice how it was shown. And we were very strict with how Sunita ma'am told us to do. So initially, we also made them learn this is a picture and that's the sound. The picture and the sound. No letters were there, and we were not forcing them to, tell us this is a letter or something like that. So we were strictly on the pictures and the sound. What is the picture? What is the sound of it? And then combine all the 3 sounds and make the word. And that we started words. After that, there were some words as well which did not make any sense. So when the learners started making their own words, which didn't make any sense, we were not letting them know that, no, this is a wrong word. Because the first initial part is just decoding and how to blend the sounds. So that's how we initially started. After that, the learners were able to read really well. And after the end of the 3 phases, we could see that they are not only reading, comprehending what they are reading. Yeah.
So could we just ask you, could you show us how to decode the words or frame a New word, there are some props kept on the table there.
Definitely.
And you go in pair with your. You can see the props are kept there. The resources are kept on the table. You can take the mic up. You'll be needing it.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we give them another mic, please?
So this is my pair, and I'm going to ask the question. So what is this?
This is a ball.
Well done. Can you tell me the first sound?
B.
Very good. Now, what is the second picture?
This is an apple.
Can you tell me the first sound of this picture?
A.
Excellent. Now, the third picture is, what is this?
This is a tiger.
Wonderful. Now, can you tell me the first sound?
T.
All right. Now, we are going to blend and say the word. So, can you make the word now?
B. A. T. Bat.
Excellent. Now, can you please rearrange the pictures? Please rearrange the pictures and ask me some questions.
What is this?
This is a.
Can you please say the first sound of the picture? Now, what is this?
This is an apple.
Wonderful. This is the first sound.
The first sound of apple is A.
What is this?
This is my favorite. It's a ball.
The first sound.
It's B.
So now if I blend, if I say, can you please blend these sounds?
Okay, I'll try. It's T, A, B, tab. The word is tab.
Basically, tab, it's a short form of tablet, which we are using. Otherwise, it's not a word, tab. But the child is making a word. What is the purpose? The purpose is the sound which we wanted to give. Yes. Okay. Okay. Can I take something in Hindi, ma'am? Can I take something in Hindi? Okay, ma'am. Okay. ये क्या है?
ये एक कार है.
इसका पहली आवाज क्या है?
क.
क. अब ये क्या है?
ये एक बस है.
इसकी पहली आवाज क्या है?
ब.
ब. तो इन दोनों शब्दों की पहली आवाज को मिलाकर क्या बना?
क. ब. कब.
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 कब. शाबाश. Very good.
Thank you.
Very much well done. By the way, Mission, I want to show a video, 30 seconds video, and then they will believe a little more. है ना माँ? जिन्होंने प्रश्न पूछा था वो सामने आ जाएं, दो टीचर्स, वो भी आकर मॉन्टेसरी के दो टीचर्स प्लीज आ जाएं आगे. हाँ. Yes, one of them is you and one more person. Montessori teacher. Two of you, please come. Okay, now we're going to show you a video. Shangri-La, can you show the video? This is a 3-year-old in COVID times learning through ALfA. Okay, volume please higher.
My name is Dipsha of class 12. I am going to show you 3 letters words. Toto, What is this? This is duck. Duck. Laura, what is this? This is octopus. Octopus. Oh. Now my turn.
Now it's my turn.
What is this? This is good. Good. Go. Now the or go. Dog. Thank you.
Okay, now do you believe? A little more? They can do it. This is when they had no teacher interaction. Teaching through, you know how she was teaching, yeah? Through Zoom or something like that. And then only they were able to do. At that time, the characters were Tina and Lola. First he's saying, Tina, what is this? Tina is saying, this is duck. Then, what is this? Lola, what is this? She picks up a second character. Lola, what is this? And then she herself says, octopus. Oh. Then when she stuck a little bit, the mother prompts from the back. Did you hear that? The mother can't be patient. This is what we have to do, convert the mothers to patients. Then she decodes herself, and then वो जल्दी जल्दी बोलती कि mother ना interfere करें. And then she does very quickly. So it's possible, not just possible, it is happening. You just have to believe in two things. Child's potential, they can do. That is the starting point of all good and all evil. Right? We say, नहीं ये मेरा छोटा बच्चा नहीं कर पाएगा, वहीं पे मात खा गए हम. आप कहिए क्यों नहीं कर पाएगा? करेगा. इसके भी भगवान ने कॉग्निटिव है. जब बंदर कर पाते हैं एक्सपेरिमेंट्स में, चिंपैंजीज कर पाते हैं एक्सपेरिमेंट्स में, पिजन्स कर पाते हैं बीएफ एक्सपेरिमेंट में, तो बच्चे क्यों नहीं कर पाएंगे? आपको बिलीव करना है बच्चे कर पाएंगे. एंड द सेकंड थिंग इज ऑफ कोर्स पेडागॉजी. भी ये वर्क करता है, एक बार ट्राई करेंगे तभी तो पता लगेगा ये वर्क करता है कि नहीं वर्क करता है. एक हफ्ते पूरे दिल से ट्राई करिए, फिर आप खुद ही इसके दीवाने हो जाने चाहिए. नहीं हुए तो हम लोग भी हैं आपको दीवाना बनाने के लिए. ठीक है, थैंक यू.
Okay, let's begin. What is this?
This is a dog.
Okay, this is a dog. Well done. What is the first sound?
First sound is D.
Very good. Wonderful. So you know the sounds. What is this?
This is a ball.
Okay, what is the first sound?
B.
Very good. What is this?
This is a tiger.
What is the first sound?
T.
Very good. So I have not taken the pictures because teachers were saying that if it is not the incorrect word, that's okay. Now, could you please blend the sounds together?
D, B, T.
Very good. Okay, let's mix it. Now, I'll show you. Now your turn. Your turn. Show it to me. Show it to me. Okay.
What is this?
This is a dog.
Very good.
What is the first sound?
Oh, sorry. What is the first sound?
The first sound is D.
D. Correct. What is this?
This is an apple.
What is the first sound?
The first sound is A.
Well done. What is this?
This is a tiger.
What is the first sound?
The first sound is T. You have to appreciate.
Thank you.
Good job.
Good job. Well done. Can you run this together? Can you blend this together?
All right. D. A. T. That. It's okay if it is not the correct word. It is not a sensible word. Then also it is okay. Oh, that, but ma'am,
Initially,
if
yes, ma'am. So
initially
that's
with,
the concept is clear.
yes, because in the book the pictures are same. We can do that also. All, okay,
Okay, we can show the books now, Mummy. We are just about to show the books. Shangri-La, can you please
Okay, one
do
more
the
time.
Montessori book?
What is this?
No, I think we're done. We're done. Please, let's see the book now. Right. Thank you very much. Well done. Can we please clap for these wonderful...
Ma'am,
Okay.
we are ready
Thank
to
you.
take the challenge. There's no
Okay.
problem.
Okay,
We
now
got
it is in your honor.
Just wanted to ask because of the Montessori people. But
No, the
start
most
with the picture
difficult age.
first.
Most difficult age. Can you now please look at the book so you'll get more confidence, hopefully, as to what is the pedagogy. So the curriculum is called Sky High. Alpha is Sky High. There are 3 books: Basics, then we have Insight, and then we have Genius. BIG, that's a big framework. Basics, Insight, and Genius, BIG. So basics come first. That is teaching the skill to decode and blend, make words, and then read sentences. Then comes second book, which we'll be sharing at some point with you. But right now, let's look at phase 1. Let's master that first. We'll train you for the second and third later on. Okay, so go ahead and show this, please. Oh, no, this is nursery. Can you please pick Montessori? Yeah. Yeah, this is Montessori. Yeah. So there is the first page in which the parent has to write. Can you go back one, Shangri-La? Okay. So my name is the child's name. I am so many years old. I am a boy or girl. I have so many sisters or brothers, and so on and so on. And then at the end, it's like the parent is putting the mobile number of one caregiver, one or the other, either mother or the father. Children, we're not expecting them to remember 2 sets of numbers. Okay. And they color that little aeroplane to go sky high. Yes, go ahead. So this is called my log of completed work. Now here, little ones will be assisted by their parents to fill as many modules as they have completed. So whether at home or in school, however many they've completed, they color that many of these images. And it tells you also how many modules are there in each tier. So each book is divided into 6 parts. And each part is called a tier. In each tier, there are X number of modules. Like the first tier here has 20 modules. That means 20 half pages mostly, sometimes a whole page. So this is about 10 pages, or depending on if it's a whole page activity, then it's less than, well, it's between 12 and 20 pages of the workbook, of this book. So there's a tier 1, there's a tier 2, there's a tier 3. Next page, there's a tier 4. Please go to the next page. Tier 4, tier 5, and a tier 6. Okay, each has different sets of modules. This is about, what is this education about? A do's and don'ts of Alpha education for the parent and the teacher. Next. And this is a checklist. The parents have to tick what they think is important for their child. If the left side has more, then they are more in agreement with Alpha. If the right side is more at the beginning, they are more in the traditional mode. It's fine. And then at the bottom, there is a wish statement for their children, wishing you a sky full of, I can't read very well, but anyway, and the mother signs and the father or guardian signs, and they fill a date. Every page has this date that you see at the bottom right. So the parent will fill initially, that the children will learn how to fill themselves. They have to tick about the weather, whether it's cloudy, rainy, sunny, windy, or snowy. And on the top of that box is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So this is the complete thing. And then a reminder, very, very important for Montessori and nursery children, that they realize, the parents, that throughout the year, the children have to do gross motor skill activities. For example, skipping rope, crawling, and ball games, throwing, catching, all sorts of things. And why they should do this written on the bottom of each one of those pictures. There are 4 pages of this. So page 1, please go ahead.
Next.
Page 2, going up and down the stairs, even yoga, very good for children to develop their motor skills. This can be done, the parachute one can be done with a bed sheet. You put a ball on top of the bed sheet, and the children try to throw that ball up and down with that. Yeah. Okay, so that's very good. And then relay races are very good. All of these are very good. Hopscotch is very good. Next. Now, this is where the actual lesson begins. So the tier 1 begins here, not before this, because that is a whole year activity that everybody should be mindful of and do at home and at school. Mostly at home, they should do a lot more of that. So the very first lesson are 3 sounds and 3 pictures and 3 sounds. Correct? So if you want to teach 1 at a time, that's fine, but you see the children have the capacity to learn 3 at a time.
Next.
Right? So 3 pictures, 3 sounds. Go back, please, a bit, one more, back to that. Right, and then below, the same pictures are repeated, except in the beginning, they're blending. In the beginning, they are decoding. And in the second half, they are decoding and blending. Right, so they learn both. These are Montessori children, so we do a little more slowly than, say, nursery, then class 1 and 2. KG 1 and 2. Next. So you can see this goes on for 3 words. We did cat, mat, and bag. Next one is bag.
Next.
Please do your bag, right? So these 3 words they are making out of the same 3 pictures in different combinations. And then next, there are six sounds that they've learned by this time. Go back, please, once more. I've confused you a bit. Go back once more. Okay. Two more back.
Bag.
Okay, so go to cat first. So cat has 80 is common to the next picture. Cat and next is mat. So only new letter or sound, letter not, only new picture and sound we have associated here is m. So you've got at already, and t becomes mat. Next. Now we have introduced, as a common, we have introduced 2 more sounds, b and g, right? So altogether we have introduced so far in the third lesson, we've introduced 6 pictures and 6 picture sounds. Please go to the next. Here are the 6 pictures and 6 sounds. And these are cards. You're given activity cards just like this, as you're seeing them on the screen. So the children have to match them physically, and they have to draw lines, slanting lines, to join the right picture with the right sound. Then in the last one, they're playing a game. It is a memory game. They turn all the pictures and all the sounds upside down on the table. They pick any 2 out. If they match, they keep on their side. If they do not match, they put them back, and that's what the visual shows. Right? See, this girl has picked up car and ka, so she can keep it. These match. The child has apple and ba, so that don't match. So he's going to keep them back upside down. Okay, so it's a memory game they play. Next. So then this is reinforcement. So they have to circle which sound is apple between ka and a, which of these is correct, and so forth. And at the bottom, second half of it is the other way around. So for a sound, what is the picture? So will be mango. Okay, next. Okay, so now the next lesson has 5 pictures and 5 sounds. Keep going. You can get the feel of it. Next, please. Okay, next. Next. So these are 5 pictures and 5 sound cards. They do the same memory game with these new 5. Now what you can do as teachers, if the children are ready, you can mix up the sounds of the red and the yellow cards. They're all color-coded. Children can now do a memory game with 6 plus 5, 11 cards. Right? When they're ready. First they do with the 5. Here, they've done the 6 earlier. And then once they're confident in both, then you can do the mixing of the 2. Next. Again, reinforcement. Next. Okay, so this is the third lesson. The pink one is the third lesson. Keep going. Okay, again, in this there are six sounds. This is the fourth lesson. Okay, there are 5 sounds here. Then the 6th and the final lesson, it has 4. Madam. Okay, wait, right. So let me just then take a little break while, Samvida, can you pick up please from here, please? I'm just coming back. Let's welcome our wonderful guest here from, sir, aapke paas hai, Bilaspur. Madam, welcome. So nice to have you with us. Yeah, please. Aap idhar aa'iye, please. Mummy ke paas idhar aajiye. Please, ma'am, come. Please, please, ma'am, को बैठने दीजिए, please. Thank you. Mama, Dr. Nidhi Patel, and she's the ADC of Bilaspur. Yes, it's the best performing district of. It is the best performing district of Himachal Pradesh, called Bilaspur.
Yeah.
And no, she's ADC, Mama. ADC, Additional Deputy Commissioner. This is my mother, Dr. Mrs. Bharti Gandhi, founder of City Montessori School. And yes, yes, Mommy, of course I will. Please, ma'am. Welcome. जी अच्छा एक फोटो मैम प्लीज मम्मी मम्मी प्लीज one photo for mommy. She's now 89. Thank you very much. So I just want to welcome ma'am, because I just also want to let you know that in Himachal Pradesh, it is being implemented, being rolled out in stages from Solan to the entire. It's the first state of India to adopt ALfA completely. Can you believe it? We're going statewide in the government, 11,000 government schools of Himachal Pradesh are doing ALfA in stages. So we've already finished doing our first pilot phase. That was in, we started in December. We started in December and we just finished our post-test last week. That quickly, the results come that quickly. And we have seen progress, dramatic progress in this period, very, very short time. And there was a holiday as well for winter. So somehow we still managed. And the reason we had to rush the post-test is because there are elections coming, and because of that, the tests are being done earlier, the government tests, so we had to push our tests a lot earlier. Otherwise, we would have given them another 2 weeks before. To complete the 45-day period, we would have given them another 2 weeks. So, but still the results are coming very encouraging, and we requested ma'am, Dr. Nidhi, to give us the opportunity to do a control group in her district, because we took entire summer schools of Solan. So there was no control group. When you take all of CMS, there's no control group, right? So there was no control group. So we requested her, and they have the best performing district of Himachal Pradesh. So we thought we can compare with the best and see, and then we'll be working with her also and her district very, very soon, very shortly. Yes, so I'd like to introduce Apardija, sir.
Dr. Nidhi Patel, 2018 batch IAS, born and brought up in Sangam Nagari, Prayagraj, UP, did MBBS and MD Gynae from IMS BHU. During senior residentship in LHMC Delhi, she developed interest in UPSC and cracked the exam in her first attempt with medical science optional. At present, she is as ADC Bilaspur. Thank you.
We wish her to come up in the leadership of Himachal Pradesh and other parts of India and take our ALfA program nationwide. So that's our wish and hope. But, you know, very quickly we've seen this. We started only in August of 2022 with the first government set of schools in Shamli, in Uttar Pradesh. And from there, we have now 14,000 schools in which ALfA is being implemented in the government sector, in stages, of course, not all of it at once, but we have MOUs of that nature. Okay, so ma'am, if you don't mind, we'll continue with what we're doing for a few minutes, and then you can please say a few words, right? Okay. All right, so where were we? We were showing the books. So here, go back a bit so we build context again. Sorry, I need to go back a tad. Please go back. More, 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 more. Yeah. So, and just one more. Go back one more. Just one more. So you see it ends here. So we've got the queen. And by the way, queen, we say qua. Right? So always Q goes with U together. Right? This is now common understanding across the globe. And then next, now for the first time, the children are seeing the alphabetical order for the first time. What page is that? Can somebody tell me the page number? Page number 35. They've already done 34 pages equivalent or something like that, say 30 pages. And after that, they get to see the alphabetical order. We're not doing it for that reason that parents should say A, B, C, D. Still, they're not going to do A, B, C, D. You see, apple is big, as coming afterwards, and small. It's the reverse of what you find in all the books India of the world. The world over, you will not see this arrangement anywhere. Okay. Now, there are card activities at the bottom. So they will be doing this like for a long time. For each page, there's a long dwelling time, long time on that page. Is going deeper, deep diving with that page as a starting point. So here, what they're going to do. So sir is my partner, right? Now, I will take out any two cards from a stack of how many cards now they have? How many cards do they have? 26 picture cards and 26 sound cards, though there are only 25 sounds. Ka and ka for K and C, right? So, but cards are there with the K and the C, if you like, ka and ka. All right. So, and 26 is how many cards? 52 cards. 52 cards, they pick out two and try to match. You can keep them not upside down, but keep them all seeing. So they're diving for it, diving for matches. And they're taking turns, as many as they can find. And then it gets smaller and smaller, the stack. How much time are they spending on this page, reinforcing their picture sound connections? Maybe 2 days, maybe at home, they're mesmerized. They're doing so much homework, you'll never imagine. These are 3-year-olds. Okay, next. Okay, so now they will be reading words. Some are familiar, some are non-familiar to them. So here they're doing da, dad, ka, cat. Now, they're learning their first sentence. At the bottom of dad is dad has a cat. So the sound in has is zebra sound. That's why there's a zebra there. It's a zebra Z sound, right? A does not have A sound, umbrella sound. So you teach it to them because this is again names, definitions. Definitions they can't discover. You have to teach the definitions, right? So you tell them this is called zebra, Z sound. This is a umbrella, a sound. So dad has what? A or a? Or a? Has a cat. So that's the lesson. Then there are two poems which are very fun, like kids can, they're rhymes you can repeat. What we normally suggest, and we can do one of them right now, basically half class becomes Tina and other half becomes Toto. My glasses. I can't. Can you zoom to the poems, please, so that it's easier to see? Thank you. Okay. So we will have this side of the camera, cut in the middle there. All these are Tinas, and all these are Totos. All right. So two teams, Tina, and there's no winning and losing in ALfA. Every child, every team is a winner. It's just to take turns. They need to know how to take turns. So now, because they don't know how to read, when they know how to read, we don't need to do this much at all. But for the moment, I'll say one line for Tina, and Tina has to say after me. And then one line for Toto, and Toto has to say after me. Okay? So I'll be oscillating between the two teams. So, for a cat, the cat was sad. Can you show sad, please? The cat was Sad. Dad gave it a pat. Can you give it a pat? Can you give your cat a pat? The dad gave it a pat. That made it glad. That. Can you show glad? Okay. So they're learning word meanings. They're expanding their vocabulary. They're learning to say it with expression. Now, I have done this, and do you know what's really impressive? These little ones have memorized it more or less 2 or 3 times you've done it. Now they can face each other and do the same. They'll have some hint from there. Why? Because those words are known to them. Many of these words are known to them. And many children, believe it or not, 3-year-olds are reading this. Okay? And you'll see it in your classes. Now, again, I'll do this time. This will be the first group. A fat cat. Show it in actions. A fat cat. Sat on a mat. Show it sitting on a mat. She saw a rat. And what happened? That made her glad. Right. Okay, so that's kind of thing you can do as a interaction with the children, and they can read on their own because there are so many words that they've already learned how to read on their own. Isn't it? Can you see that? All right, next. Full page, please. All right, so this goes on. There are several pages of this. There's also a story at the bottom often, or you can create up a story, or you can ask the children to create a story with each other. So they will make up their own version of a poem, and they'll make their own version of a story. Man has a pen, right? Next one. Van has a log. Next one. Fox has a wig. Now, this is what you saw earlier on, the video from Aliganj campus too. You saw these kids wearing wigs. They'd made their own wigs. And fox, they were the foxes, so they were acting like foxes with a wig. Okay, next. Box has a zip. Next. Because we have to use those words. They don't make us adults sense, but the kids can understand and they'll remember. Next. Yak has a jug. And then they do this reinforcement act. They connect with the standing, sleeping, or slanting lines. Go ahead. Okay, now they're learning. Can you believe these little ones are learning this and that? This and that. These teeny weenies are learning this and that. That is far away. There are lots of triggers are the key to your deep diving into a lesson. Triggers are the key. Teachers are given, you do not need to make planners. How many are happy with the fact that make planners henceforth? Okay, we see hands over there, lots of hands. How many of you would like to continue to make planners? Please raise your hands. Anyone would like to continue to make planners? No. Okay, because these triggers are your planners. Can you please zoom into the trigger? Now that activity, how the trigger working? Okay, so teacher triggers. Divide the class into 2 halves. This one is called this, and that one is called that. Okay, now, ask this to point, oh, this should be in capital, that's something will be fixed. Ask this to point to objects near them like pencil case, pencil, book, bag, table or chair, and say this is a pencil. Can you do that? This is a book. Okay, so you're going to use this many times. That group will point to things far away. So you can say things like, that is a digital board. That is a digital board. Those are stairs. That is a table. That is a table. Far away, right? So you'll practice with that and so forth, right? Now what happens is, it's a reminder to let the child that is the umbrella sound, and S in has is the, or is, S in is the zebra is sound, not ISS sound. Okay, next, please, let's go. Next page. Whole page view, please. Shangri-La. Okay, now they're going to go into page number 48. This is the castle of the queen. This is the castle of the queen. It is painted in bright green. So they'll color this castle, right? And that triggers what to do on this page, how to accelerate learning or deepen learning on this page. Next. Okay, now the queen has a cat. We're practicing the k sound. The queen has a cat. The queen has a, the queen has a, the queen has a, oh, okay, next page. The queen has a, 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 okay. Now they can read sentences on their own. Teeny weenies, your 3-year-olds, those who are doubting it, please do not. Right? You saw that video of the 3-year-old a minute ago. So do on their own. There are 3-letter words and small sentences. Here we are introducing the concept of the. Right? Please go back. So the fox has a wig. We are also saying full stop. These kids learn. Don't need to worry about कोई definitions नहीं देने हैं उनको. उनको बताना है कि the sentence के पहले आता है और end में एक full stop लग जाता है. पूरा उसको हम वाक्य कहते हैं, sentence कहते हैं. भाई छोटे बच्चे इतना ज़्यादा नहीं समझाना उनको, इतने से ही बहुत है. ये भी समझ जाते हैं वो लोग. तो ये पूरा पढ़ेंगे. अब now what are you going to do? Okay, so we will say you're all going to make the fox will become he. And you will say she. Okay? So can you read this sentence with he and which? Okay, read it. He has a wig. She has a wig. He has a zip. You can do it either way. You can do alternatingly or you can do the same twice. It reinforces for both groups. Normally what we do is this side says first, this side says second. So all the odd ones go to this side, all the even ones go to this side. Then we do it one more time and we reverse the order. So you become the odd and they become the even. So we cover everything. Okay, next. Okay, now can you imagine that these kids are learning how to use pronouns? Pronouns and nouns. If you tell them they're called pronouns, they'll remember that also. Right? So he is, she is, it is. These are sentence strips. They're getting these activity cards with these exact things on the activity cards. Exactly these things. So they will build us sentences. How? He is a man, he's a boy, he's a dad, he's a vet, he's a fox, he's a bug, he's a dog, he's a pug. So many things. Isn't it? How much vocabulary are we developing with this process? Next. Okay, now they're making more sentences. This is, that is. She has, he has. Now comes the most challenging part. You will say, how can my babies learn this? You're getting all the picture cards, all the sound cards. Okay? So these are visuals. Can they show their thumb for TH words? Can they show 3 with their hands? Or show with their matchsticks or ice cream sticks? Right? Or many of these they know already. It's just reinforcing. And we're just calling it SH, CH, TH, CK, NK words. Please continue. Okay, now clock, they get to color something and say a rhyme. In our room, the clock smiles wide. Please, ladies, where's your energy? Okay. Tick tock, side by side. Morning comes, it says hello. Okay. At night it is bedtime. Show sleeping. Bedtime. Very good. Right. And then soft and low, like softly you get into your bed, soft and low. At night, it is bedtime soft flow. Tick tock, with us it chimes. Okay, next. All right, so you can like this, and there are lots of activities with the triggers that are proposed to the teacher that the teacher can do with the children that will reinforce that learning on each half page. Can you imagine can teach so much? Okay, next. Next. Okay, now comes the body parts. So they can practice, they can, can you show your head, everyone, on this side? Can you show your eyes on this side? Okay, like that. You'll do this, huh? And then they will do it in their pairs, by the way. They'll repeat the same activity, all these activities. That first you demonstrate, and then they will do it in pairs. You've also demonstrated a paired activity right here. Okay, what one does, what the other does. Next. Okay, this is, I think, probably the final lesson, if I remember correctly. So in, on, under, prepositions. So they do the practical thing. They put a book in the bag. Can they put a book in their bags? Show me all of you putting a book in your bag. All of you in the back also, putting a book in your bag. Very good, well done. That's in. Okay, put your bag on the table. Or your book on the table, bag on the table, anything on the table. That's on the table. Now, can you put your bag under the table? Under the table. Okay, so everything is done practically. Because we don't give just theoretical knowledge. We want practical knowledge they should know how to apply. That was spontaneous. Very nice. Thank you very much. Good. And next, I think, is the okay, sorry, there's one more thing. Now we end with Tina and Toto, self-introduction. We give a model, a demonstration, if you like, of how to introduce yourself for Tina and how to introduce yourself for Totos. So Tina, can you introduce yourself? Hi, I'm Tina. I'm 3 years old. I like to play outside. Energy, guys. I love drawing and painting. Then what is there? My favorite color is blue. I have a big teddy bear. Yes, you can show with actions. When you get confidence, you start doing with actions. Then the next one, of course, for Toto. Sorry, Toto, today you're not going to get your turn. It's lunchtime and beyond. So we're going to hold off on that. But thank you very much indeed. You got it. And the very last page, wait, 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes. Wait, ladies, 2 more minutes. This is the last but one page before the cover. It's inside cover. So this is very important for the parents to know how the learning is growing in ALfA. And the last page is the cover page. And all the funds that are being raised in this, all the funds, believe it or not, all the funds being raised by your children using these books are going to Himachal Pradesh for the project in Himachal Pradesh. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone.
Dear teachers, we are breaking for lunch and the time given is half an hour. So see you within half an hour and lunch is being served right behind the auditorium. So it's 2:15 right now. We'll see you at 2:45 or 2:45.
we got one more admission. He is in the ministry and we took the admission, the child admission in Montessori. He has been a student of RN2, RN3, RN
साक्षी 26 से 12 घटाओ दिखाओ 10 21 22 23 24 25 26 10 कितने बच्चे 14 एक 11 14 और 30 का टोटल हो गया 100 140
विद्यालय मुरलीपुरवा में प्रधान अध्यापक के पद पे कार्यरत हूँ। मेरे यहाँ तो एक बच्चा निखिल भी है, निखिल वर्मा उसका नाम है। वो हैंडीकैप्ड है, वो ना चल सकता है ना लिख सकता है, पर वो बुक्स वुक्स देख करके बहुत अच्छे से उसमें खुश होता है और सीख भी रहा है। हालांकि और 33 करना है ना, कितना करोगे? 2 3 1 2 3 कितना हो गया? 33 वेरी गुड। ये इधर देखो 1 10 20 कितना हुआ? 51 वेरी गुड। सब
The Accelerating Learning for All program was featured in a recent book by Professor Fernando Reimers of the Harvard Graduate School of Education. Rebuilding Resilient Education Systems After the COVID-19 Pandemic features innovative educational ideas from around the world. Chapters 8 and 10 discuss the ALpha program, with Chapter 8 documenting the results from ALpha implementation in Shamli district, Uttar Pradesh. The report noted that Accelerating Learning for All, ALpha, helps children quickly gain FLN competencies. The pedagogical approach works as follows. Students start from known words in the form of pictures, identify the sounds, and work backwards to the letters. The report goes on to state that students in the intervention groups had much higher ORF, oral reading fluency, levels than those in the reference groups. The effect size of the project was 0.23 for grade 3 students and 0.89 for grade 5. The results suggest there is significant value in pursuing the ALpha model in other schools if implemented in a coherent, structured, and coordinated manner.
Hello.
Buenos días, niños. Muy bien.
Cada uno está formando sus palabras. Niños, no había quien los grabe. Por
Dear
eso recién
teachers,
estoy
can we
grabando.
request you to start settling in after the scrumptious lunch? In charges, can I bank on you to ensure that your team is in? Dear in charges, please assist. See that all the team members from your respective campuses are seated at their table. So teachers, how's the Josh? No, the tempo's not high, so we have to build up the tempo. So, energizer time, a quick energizer. Please join us. Shangrila ma'am, come on. Shweta ma'am, energizer time, please.
ये खोलना है
Come on, teachers.
Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, que tu cuerpo para dar la alegría cosa buena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, Macarena. Dale tu cuerpo Macarena, que tu cuerpo para dar la alegría cosa buena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, Macarena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, que tu cuerpo para dar la alegría cosa buena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, Macarena. Alegría Macarena, que tu cuerpo para dar la alegría cosa buena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, Macarena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, que tu cuerpo para dar la alegría cosa buena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, Macarena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, que tu cuerpo para dar la alegría cosa buena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, Macarena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, que tu cuerpo para dar la alegría cosa buena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, Macarena. Get your hands up, 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 hands up. Macarena.
Welcome to the post-lunch session. Jai Jagat everyone. Kindly settle down. Galvanizers. Okay, we have one more thing in alpha, that is volume button. You all know the knob of the volume? So it goes down and we should lower our volumes and settle down. So is the volume going down? We'll practice this in our classes also. Yes?
From 1 to 10. So we want 1.
Lower the volume.
We want volume 1, teachers. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, teachers. I am Shangrila.
And I am Ritu.
And we are ALfA Galvanizers.
As we have experienced in the traditional method of teaching, the whole class. Some kids are left behind.
But through the Alpha way of teaching, every child is engaged in the process of paired learning.
Young learners in interactive and hands-on activities can help them challenge their belief effectively.
This is a teaching method where every child is engaged in the process of paired learning that aligns with the idea of active and collaborative learning.
Such methods aim to involve learners more actively in the learning process and address individual needs more effectively compared to traditional whole class teaching.
Now, the paired learning strategies often promote peer interaction, discussion, and collaboration, fostering a more inclusive and participatory learning environment.
This can be beneficial for various reasons, including catering to diverse learning styles, encouraging social interactions, and providing opportunities for students to learn from each other, involving all the teaching skills and hence challenging their beliefs.
Wow, so Ritu ma'am, what are the alpha pedagogy in our classroom?
We use the 6-step learning process.
So the 6 steps of learning provides a structured approach to alpha pedagogy, ensuring a comprehensive and varied learning experience. Let's elaborate on each step.
First of all, we have the teacher-child demonstration. We may also say galvanizer child demonstration. So here you can see in the first slide. So first the teacher pairs up with a child and then demonstrate it.
Child-child demonstration, the second step. Building on the first step, this involves students demonstrating the concept or skill to their peers. This step promotes peer-to-peer learning and collaboration, ensuring students reinforce their understanding by teaching others. We have a video here.
Max the fox is sitting in a box, wearing a brown hat, is ready to bounce on a little rat.
Then we have the whole class activity, which involves the engaging the entire class in the activity, providing a collective learning approach. It encourages the interaction, collaboration of the students, and shared understanding of the topic.
Later on, peers make questions and set homework for each other, thus building up question bank.
Then comes the feedback through
homework. So this leads to homework. Homework extends the learning beyond the classroom, ensuring the learners to practice and reinforce what they have learned with the help of Tina and Toto, their homework buddies. So here we have you.
Hello Toto. Hello Tina. चलो कुछ हिंदी की रीडिंग करते हैं. दीपावली आई, गीता घी का दीपक जला, टीका लगा, वीरा नीली पीली हरी और काली साड़ी रख, बीना सीता और शीला की गाड़ी आई, लीची नाशपाती और हीरा लाई, धीरज लीना हीरा आ, झीट मत बन, सीता दीदी और दादी आई, दादी आम की खीर बना, खीर चीनी डालकर खा. Thank you.
This promotes independent study habits, responsibility, and self-discipline. So we can have the other.
हेलो टीना, हेलो टोटो, क्या तुम मेरे साथ रीडिंग करोगी? ठीक है, चलो करते हैं। बस पर अब तक चल, अब चल, अब घर चल, अब घर तक चल, अब बस पर चल। थैंक यू।
Next slide. Yeah, children are reading the newspapers also at home.
Hello ma'am, today I am going to read English newspaper. Vande Bharat fair route to be finalized soon. According to the sources, the train is likely to be flagged off on July 7. We expect that PM Narendra Modi will inaugurate the train operation. However, we are yet to receive assent from PMO office, said the source. There is route schedule and fare have yet not been finalized, but it is accepted that the railway board will give approval a couple of days before the flagging of ceremony. Thank you.
By incorporating these steps into the teaching and learning process, we galvanizers create a well-rounded and effective approach to education. This method recognizes the importance of various instructional strategies, peer interaction, continuous feedback, and independent practice.
Surya Kumar Yadav, first Indian to smash 1000 T20 international runs in a calendar year. Star Indian batsman Surya Kumar Yadav has become the first Indian player to score 1000 T20 international runs in a calendar year. The batsman accomplished this feat in his side's final Super 12 Test match against Zimbabwe in Melbourne cricket ground.
So you see reading newspapers as a significant part of the homework. Then comes the feedback. Feedback through assessments. Weekly assessments, which include the questions from the questions banks created by the learners, provides a formal evaluation of students' understanding. The feedback from assessments helps both teachers and students to gauge the effectiveness of the learning process. It identifies the areas of their weaknesses and celebrates their successes.
Before the assessment, there is a formative feedback in which it is an ongoing assessment and feedback during the learning process, first by the peers and then by the teachers to provide guidance and corrective inputs. This step helps students understand their strength and areas for improvement in real time, allowing for adjustment in their learning approach.
Leaving no stones left unturned. Now is the activity time. Here's a fun and interactive ice-breaking activity for you all. I know you all are tired and want to take a nap. So we'll just have a small activity for you all so that all can wake up. As we have already been paired randomly, we are going to celebrate the virtues that make each one of us unique and valuable galvanizers.
Wow. So let's read the prompts.
Make a few sentences about you. I am Anita, with your own name. I am caring, Ritu.
Okay, then make a badge for each other with a quality in front of the name. Wear your badge and you can move around.
Describe objects also, like I have a brown teddy bear. This is a happy teddy. So now we are all happy here. So let's start with the activity.
Teachers, over to you.
See, team, you saw how they were reading the prompts. Each one of them taking turns. This is how you're supposed to take up every activity in your respective classes. This is the way of showing it.
We'll begin with our respected mentors.
Yeah, so here we can see the virtue badges.
Here we are creating virtue badge for each other. And this is an activity which the children really learned. They introduced themselves, they came to know friends, qualities, and very proudly they were made for them by their pair partner.
So I'm done with my badge. It shows Caring Shangri-La.
And I'm done with mine. It says helpful Ritu. Okay.
So let's find out.
Children, teachers, you'll be having resources in your packets given to you. In the clear bag, take out the printed sheets, cut a badge, whichever shapes you want to make, whichever way, your creativity, your innovativeness, and write one adjective for your friend, a virtue that you want. You're not making it for yourself. You're making it for your partner, for your pair.
अभी हम अंदर सबको बताया है वैसे।
Come on, you've been friends for the whole day.
Children make these badges so proudly and they flaunt them wearing throughout. Though they are paper badges, but you won't believe. Throughout the entire session, they had these badges. And each time we had a town hall, they would display wearing it.
Your way. Now we have shifted to the new building. Yeah. A new building has been constructed.
You can share. Sharing is caring. Help others. Take help of your friends. Share your colors. Share your papers.
Here, children give their best shot because they know their friend is making for them. And we all want good for ourselves. So should be making a good batch for the others. So all the creativity, all the innovativeness comes out for it. And if you have made, you can wear.
Now there is a query. It is that children can't use scissors, the pair of scissors in school. So we can ask them to bring the shapes, different shapes that they like, the cutouts of them, and then use them. Their favorite color, and the shape, whatever shape they like. And you don't worry, ma'am, they'll be carried away. Then they'll start making of the notebooks pages. Once they'll have it, and if they forget it at home, the next day they'll start making. I'm sure you'll experience it.
Shangrija ji, Ritu ji, just for a few minutes, I want to take your attention away from your beautiful activity. I got a badge myself from my pair who has been here with us maybe the last 2 hours, and very patiently she has been observing what is going on here. So, dear teachers, can you please, and principals, can you please give your attention to here, this side of the hall, I would say, this side of the hall, to the podium here. And can we just, for a minute, pause on that activity that you're doing? Teachers? Look, it's very difficult, I know, because even children, they don't want to stop when they're engaged in something. They truly enjoy. So I totally understand. But can I have pin drop silence, please? So anybody would like to drop a pin and see if you can hear it? Thank you very much. You are the best. You really are the best. So I'd like to take your attention to seeing the value of this badge giving. I just got my badge from Dr. Nidhi Patel, IS officer, who's been with us for the last couple of hours. And she is Additional Deputy Commissioner, come ADM, in the district of Bilaspur in Himachal Pradesh. She was born and brought up in Sangam Nagri, Prayagraj, Uttar Pradesh. She did her doctorate, MBBS, and MD in, just a minute, somebody's calling at the wrong time. All right. So in Gynae from Institute of Medical Sciences, Banaras University. And she also did her SRship would be? Senior residentship from Lady Hardinge Medical College, Delhi. LHMC, Delhi. She developed interest in UPSC and cracked this exam in her first attempt with a medical science optional. I think she's a rarity. I've never met a person of combination being a medical doctor and then joining IS officership. And she's serving at a very high rank, and we wish her that she goes ranks and ranks beyond, because she's such a beautiful and empathetic person. And this is such a lovely activity, because what I noticed in her is that she is a true leader. She's totally amazing and she's a true leader. So those are the qualities I gave her, and she gave me my badge. Guess what it says? Anybody can sense what I might have got? Now I feel very proud of myself. It's dedication and hard work. We can agree to that. Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, so I've held her back quite a bit, saying, please wait, please wait. But now I'd like to invite her, please, on the podium. And you please give her that pin drop silence so we can hear her wise words. I'm eternally grateful to her because she very quickly agreed to provide her schools for the baseline, for the end line survey as a control group. That means, control group, we've been doing research work, control group and treatment group. So their group is a control group that will act as baseline for them for the future implementation. And so we are implementing this with her blessings in her own district, Bilaspur, Himachal Pradesh. Thank you, ma'am. May I please invite you to the podium?
So audience, for your understanding, just because of ma'am, the schools in Himachal Pradesh, they are already running this program, that is ALfA.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Mrs. Sunita Gandhi for giving me this opportunity to be here and having a look. She's running in different states, rather I should say in different countries, and I'm glad to be here. आज की मेरी इस कॉन्वर्सेशन का जो पर्पस है वो है कि यहाँ पे मौजूद जितने हमारे शिक्षक वर्ग हैं, टीचर्स हैं, आपको भी थोड़ा सा मोटिवेट करना है मुझे। और जो हमारे एज अ टीचर, जब मैं अपनी रेसिडेंसी कर रही थी दिल्ली में लेडी हार्डिंग कॉलेज में, तो रेसिडेंसी होती है कि आप एक 3 इयर्स का एक क्वालिफिकेशन लेते हैं, उसके बाद आप प्रोफेसर बन सकते हैं किसी मेडिकल कॉलेज में। तो इस दौरान हम मेडिकल स्टूडेंट्स को पढ़ाते हैं, उनके रिकॉर्ड्स चेक करते हैं, और मोर और लेस आप जैसा ही हमारा उस समय काम होता है। अपार्ट फ्रॉम टिपिकल सर्जरीज एंड पेशेंट डीलिंग, वो एक अलग होता है, मेडिकल कॉलेज के स्टूडेंट्स को केटर करना एक साथ में काम हो रहा हो। तो कुछ हमारे मिथ होते हैं हमारे दिमाग में स्टूडेंट्स को लेके, तो वो मिथ मैं आपके सामने आज तोड़ने की पूरी कोशिश करूंगी। जैसे मैडम आपने देखा और जो हमने भी बात की, जो हम प्रेजेंटेशन हम लोग देख रहे थे, कि हमें हर बच्चे पे काम करना है, एज यू मदर राइटली सेड, कि हमें मिथ लेके नहीं चलना है दिमाग में किसी तरह का भ्रम, और जो हमारे प्रीजुडिसेस होते हैं कि इस तरह के बच्चे पढ़ते हैं और इस तरह के नहीं पढ़ते हैं, या ये हैबिट है तो ये पढ़ेंगे और इस नहीं पढ़ेंगे तो टीचर गिव अप कर देते हैं। मतलब मैंने अपने लाइफ में जो एक्सपीरियंस किया, जो जर्नी मेरी अभी तक रही है, कि कुछ टीचर्स कुछ ऐसे नोशंस लेके क्लास में घुसते हैं कि उन्हें लगता है कि ये बच्चा पढ़ेगा, ये रिजल्ट देगा, तो इस पे ज्यादा फोकस ऑटोमेटिकली उनका नेचुरल है भी। आपको लग रहा है ये बच्चा इंटेलिजेंट है, आप पढ़ा रहे हो और वो आपके पढ़ाने पे, क्लासेस पे बढ़िया मार्क्स लाके दे रहा है, पेरेंट्स खुश हो रहे हैं, तो आपका इंक्लिनेशन उसके तरफ होना वाजिब। तो अब यहाँ पे मैं मिथ तोड़ने की कोशिश ये करूंगी कि मैं कैसी स्टूडेंट थी। तो मैं बैक बेंचर हुआ करती थी, मैं क्लास के सबसे आखिरी वाली सीट पे बैठती थी। अभी जो मेरे बैच के बाकी लोग मुझसे मिलते हैं तो उनको यकीन ही नहीं होता कि ये इतनी शार्प कैसे थी पढ़ने में, ये कब पढ़ लेती थी, ये पीछे बैठती थी, टीचर्स को मेरा नाम ही नहीं पता होता था। टीचर्स को पता ही नहीं होता था कि ये बच्चे क्लास में पीछे बैठे हैं, बदमाशी कर रहे हैं, कभी कुछ कर रहे हैं। उनके लिए तो हम एग्जिस्ट ही नहीं करते थे। और आज जब उन टीचर से मिलते हैं तो दे फील प्राउड। हम उन्हीं के स्कूल के, उन्हीं के फंक्शन में चीफ गेस्ट बन के चले जाते हैं। तब उन्हें सोचना पड़ता है, यार इस बच्चे से कब मिले थे। तो ये मिथ होता है हमारे दिमाग में। आपको पता नहीं है कि कौन बच्चा कहाँ बैठा है और उसमें क्या पोटेंशियल है, और वो कब आपको पलट के वो आपको दिखा सकता है कि उसके अंदर क्या कैपेबिलिटीज हैं। तो क्लास में मौजूद हर बच्चे का जो आईक्यू है वो समान है, अनलेस एंड अनटिल कुछ मेडिकल कंडीशन नहीं है, और सब में वो नेटिव है, स्पेशली एट द वेरी यंग एज, जब क्योंकि यहाँ पे एलिमेंट्री स्कूल के क्लासेस के टीचर्स बैठे हैं। तो आपका जो एज अ मेडिकल स्टूडेंट जो मैं बताना चाहूंगी कि अब जो आपकी शुरुआती एज है, उस समय हमारे न्यूरॉन्स की कैपेबिलिटीज बहुत हाई होती हैं, हमारी लर्निंग की कैपेबिलिटीज बहुत हाई होती हैं। तो इस समय दिस इज द राइट टाइम टू स्ट्राइक द कॉर्ड। आप इस समय जितना ज्यादा उस बच्चे को मोटिवेट कर सकते हैं, स्टिमुलेट कर सकते हैं, उसका फ्यूचर उसी पे निर्भर करेगा। अगर ये बिगिनिंग में ही उसकी राइटिंग स्किल्स, उसकी रीडिंग स्किल्स और मैथमेटिकल स्किल्स कॉम्प्रोमाइज हो गए, तो वो लॉन्ग रन में उस बच्चे को बहुत दिक्कत आएगी। दिक्कत किस फॉर्म में आएगी कि उसका पढ़ाई में मन ही नहीं लगेगा। जब चीजें उसको समझ ही नहीं आ रही, वो ग्रैस्प ही नहीं कर पा रहा है, जब वो समझ के उसको इमेजिन ही नहीं कर पा रहा है, तो बच्चा कभी इंप्लीमेंट करके आपको नहीं दे पाएगा। तो यहाँ पे जो गैप है ये आपको फुलफिल करना है, ये हम लोग को मिलके फुलफिल करना है। मैं अपने स्टेट में जहां मैं काम करती हूँ, जो मेरा हिमाचल प्रदेश जो मेरा कार्डर है, जब मैं वहां भी सरकारी स्कूल्स में भी जाती हूँ, प्राइवेट में भी जाती हूँ, तो जो गैप हम लोग देखते हैं कि शुरू के एज में जो गैप आ रहा है वो रीडिंग एबिलिटीज का गैप है। शब्द मैं मैडम को ये बता रही थी कि जब हम देखते हैं कि जितनी स्टडीज आती हैं स्पेशली एजुकेशन सेक्टर में, वो हमें बताती हैं कि अर्ली एज ग्रुप मतलब एलिमेंट्री स्कूल तक के बच्चों में 30,000 वर्ड्स के वोकैबुलरीज का गैप पाया जाता है। मतलब एक बच्चा जिसको अच्छे स्कूल का एक्सेस है और दूसरा बच्चा जो नहीं है उतना प्रिविलेज्ड कि उसको एक बहुत खास स्कूल मिल पाए, तो 30,000 के शब्दों का जब गैप आ जाएगा तो जाहिर सी बात है कि रेस में दोनों बराबर नहीं है, एक ऑलरेडी पिछड़ गया है। और हो सकता है कि वो आपके बीच में बच्चा बैठा हो जो पिछड़ रहा हो और आप नोटिस नहीं कर पा रहे हो। तो क्लास में बैठे हर बच्चे पे हमें ध्यान देना है, चाहे वो पीछे बैठा हो चाहे आगे बैठा हो, डजंट मैटर, सब में आगे जाने की क्षमता है। कुछ बच्चे नहीं पसंद करते हैं वो, और पीयर लर्निंग की भी मैं बात कर रही हूँ कि अब कुछ बच्चों में संकोच होता है। जब मैं छोटी थी तो मुझे याद है स्कूल में मुझे प्रॉब्लम होती थी कि मैं क्वेश्चन कैसे पूछूं, इतना संकोच होता था मन में, एक हेजिटेशन होती है आपके मन में कि यार पूछेंगे तो टीचर जज करेगा, क्लास के और बच्चे जज करेंगे कि ये किस टाइप का क्वेश्चन पूछ लिया, या इस क्वेश्चन में कुछ ज्यादा ही ऐसा तो नहीं है कि आप स्टूपिड साउंड करेंगे। तब आपके दोस्त काम आते हैं, तो आप दोस्त से बेझिझक पूछते हो, या बाजू में जो भी आपके बैठा है। तो ये होती है पीयर लर्निंग। और इससे आपका ये, चाहे मेरा मेडिकल साइंस का एग्जाम हो, चाहे यूपीएससी का एग्जाम हो, देश के जो बड़े बड़े एग्जाम होते हैं वो सब दे दिया मैंने, क्वालिफाई भी कर लिया। एक ही चीज सीखी कि पीयर लर्निंग इज एक्सट्रीमली इफेक्टिव फॉर द रिटेंशन पर्पस, फॉर अंडरस्टैंडिंग पर्पस। आपके जो अच्छा सर्कल बनाना बहुत जरूरी है। तो अगर आपको क्लास में लग रहा है, मैं आपकी बुकलेट मुझे दी थी, आपके जो एसोसिएट आए थे व्हेन ही केम टू माय ऑफिस, तो ही गेव मी अ बुकलेट ऑफ अल्फा। तो आई वाज जस्ट गोइंग थ्रू द पेजेस, आई वाज जस्ट टर्निंग की देख क्या क्या हेडिंग्स क्या है, आपका मेन आपका वो क्या है कि किस तरह से आप काम कर रहे हो। तो आपका था कि बच्चों को स्विच करते रहो, पीछे से आगे लाते रहो, आगे से। ये होता नहीं है स्कूल्स में। ये मुझे तुरंत स्ट्राइक किया, क्यों इतनी पुरानी बात मुझे स्ट्राइक की कि क्लास में हम लोग जहां बैठते थे वहीं बैठते थे, टीचर्स बॉदर ही नहीं करते थे कि पीछे वाले को कभी आगे बुला लें, बिकॉज पीछे वाले उसको गिव अप कर चुके होते थे। उन्हें लगता है नॉटी बच्चे हैं, इनका पढ़ाई में कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं। ऐसा नहीं है, आप शफल करते रहिए। दैट साउंडेड अ वेरी गुड स्ट्रेटेजी टू मी कि दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। जो क्लासेस में हमारे ग्रुप्स बन जाते हैं उसको तोड़ना बहुत जरूरी है। बच्चों की शफलिंग इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। उससे क्या है, बच्चों की हिचक चली जाती है, हेजिटेशन चला जाता है, और एक सेंस ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस डेवलप होता है। अदरवाइज आपका क्या है कि क्लास में भी डिफरेंट क्लास बनने लगते हैं। आपका एक बहुत अच्छा स्कूल, लखनऊ का वन ऑफ दी फेमस स्कूल है, बेस्ट स्कूल्स में से आता है। तो उसमें भी आप देखोगे कि जैसे जैसे आप पीछे जाते हो क्लास में, childhood is a very weird stage of life. Children can be very cruel to each other. तो इस जो गैंग बनने लगता है उसमें भी क्लास बनने लग जाती है. तो आप समझो इस बात को कि वो ऐसा क्यों बन रहा है, उसको तोड़ना बहुत जरूरी है. तो ये शफलिंग इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. जैसे एक हार्मोनियस और होमोजेनस सिस्टम बना रहा है, नहीं तो वो अपने में ही बच्चे सर्कल बनाते बनाते आप बड़ा सर्कल के अंदर छोटा छोटा छोटा, और आप देखोगे कि बच्चे खुद से अपना एक ग्रुप बना लेते हैं. तो वो माइंडसेट तोड़ना अर्ली एज में बहुत जरूरी है. तो वो आप ही पहचानेंगे तब आप कर पाएंगे. और आप कैसे पहचानेंगे? आप अपने चाइल्डहुड एक्सपीरियंस को जब रीलिव करेंगे, उस पर सोचेंगे, उसको थोड़ा सा उस पर मंथन करेंगे, तो आपको समझ में आएगा कि कहाँ पे गड़बड़ हो रहा है. तो हम लोग भी जब भी बैठते हैं, स्पेशली एजुकेशन से संबंधित कोई भी बात उठती है, और आप जैसे लोग आते हैं जो समाज में जो अच्छा करना चाहते हैं इस फील्ड में, तो हम लोग भी जो पॉलिसी सोचते हैं वो अपने पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस से भी चीजों को निकालते हैं कि कहाँ पे हमने कमी महसूस की, कहाँ पे एज अ स्टूडेंट मुझे कहाँ सही नहीं लगा, या एज अ टीचर मुझे और क्या करना चाहिए था अपने स्टूडेंट्स के लिए. तो उस चीजों को निकालते हैं, निचोड़ को निकालते हैं. फिर जब आप लोगों से मिलना होता है, जैसे ये स्टेज के माध्यम से आपसे मुलाकात हो रही है, तो आपसे हम शेयर भी कर रहे हैं. तो दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि हम इंट्रोस्पेक्ट करें, घर जाके के बारे में एक बार ध्यान से सोचें जो आज की क्लास में परफॉर्म नहीं कर पा रहा था और क्यों नहीं कर पा रहा था. तो इंट्रोस्पेक्शन इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि अब मेरे पढ़ाने के तरीके में कुछ कमी तो नहीं है. वो बच्चा तो आपको अभी नहीं बताएगा, लेकिन हमारे जैसे बच्चे जब फिर कहीं सेलेक्ट हो जाते हैं तब हमें याद आता है कि वो फलाने टीचर ने अच्छा नहीं पढ़ाया, कहाँ कमी रह गई, और कौन बेहतर टीचर मुझे मिल गया कि मुझे चीजें समझ में आ गई. कैसे आ गई समझ में? मतलब मेरे में तो कुछ कमी नहीं है, कमी तो पढ़ाने वाले में थी, क्योंकि वही चीज अब आपको फटाक से समझ में आ गई, वो क्लास में कोई क्यों नहीं आ रही थी. ये इशू है. कोचिंग कल्चर का भी यही इशू है कि वो चीज कोचिंग में क्यों समझ आ जा रही, वो मुझे क्लास में क्यों नहीं आई, और वो मैं कोचिंग वाले अपने टीचर से कैसे पूछ ले रही हूँ, मैं क्लास में क्यों नहीं पूछ पा रही हूँ. तो क्लास में एक गैप डेफिनेटली आ चुका है मेरे और मेरे टीचर के बीच में. वो गैप कहाँ से आ रहा है, इस पे हमें सोचने की जरूरत है. इस पे एज अ टीचर हमें उसको इंट्रोस्पेक्ट करने की जरूरत है. बाकी मैडम का जो प्रोग्राम है और जो इन्होंने बुकलेट रेडी की है वो बहुत ही साइंटिफिक लगी मुझे. उसके पीछे जो इन्होंने एक बच्चे के सोचने के तरीकों को समझा है कि एक बच्चों में एब्स्ट्रैक्ट थिंकिंग होती है, वर्ड्स कैच करते हैं, उसको कहीं और इम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं, किस तरह से वो सेंटेंसेस बनाते हैं, किस तरह से वो शब्दों को रिटेन रखते हैं फॉर अ लॉन्ग पीरियड ऑफ टाइम. ये सब चीज समझते हैं वो. उन्होंने जो स्ट्रैटेजी अपनाई है फॉर डिफरेंट रीडिंग स्किल्स, राइटिंग स्किल एंड मैथमेटिकल स्किल्स, आई थिंक दैट इज आउटस्टैंडिंग. एंड आई होप कि आपके बहुत अच्छे रिजल्ट्स आएंगे जहां भी आपका ये स्टडी चल रही है. और मेरे जिले में भी इनका कंट्रोल ग्रुप है, और जो इनका आई विश कि हमारे यहाँ आपका स्टडी ग्रुप होता तो उससे हमें बहुत फायदा होता. तो आई विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट मैडम एंड ऑल योर टीम. और अगर टीचर्स में से किसी को कुछ पूछना है, कुछ इफ दे वांट टू आस्क एनीथिंग, जैसे मैडम ने पूछा अभी, जैसे आपने पूछा कि हाउ डिड यू थिंक कि आप मेडिकल से स्विच कैसे किए, तो दैट इज अ लॉन्ग स्टोरी, विल टॉक अबाउट इट सम अदर टाइम. बट इफ समबडी हैज एनी क्वेश्चन रिलेटेड टू this seminar today, if I can help him, I'll help anybody in any way, so I'll be glad. Your जी, sure, please. No, please.
No, I really like 2 points that ma'am made, which I had not thought of. एक तो ये गुटबाजी जो होती है, बच्चे बना लेते हैं, तो वो खत्म करनी. तो आपकी जो रैंडम पेयरिंग है, जिसमें आप डेली बच्चों को बदल रहे हैं, ये एक फायदा इसका है, मैंने सोचा भी नहीं था. तो ये बहुत ज़रूरी है. और जो झिझक बच्चों में आती है, सेकंड पॉइंट शी मेड, कि वो झिझक नहीं रहेगी किसी से प्रश्न पूछने की. तो ट्यूशन सेंटर्स ये सब जो खुल गए हैं, क्यों बच्चे झिझकते हैं पूछने से अपने क्लास के टीचर से, और बाद में जाके बहुत बड़ी समस्या होती है. तो एक दूसरे से पूछने का कल्चर बन गया. मिस्टेक्स को मिस्टेक्स नहीं मानते बच्चे, दे जस्ट सी इट समथिंग टू बी सॉर्टेड आउट. तो ये चीज़ भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट आपका ऑब्जर्वेशन रहा. और आई एम रियली फीलिंग वेरी वेरी ग्रेटफुल कि एक्चुअली IAS एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में जो लोग हैं बहुत ही व्यस्त रहते हैं, बहुत ही व्यस्त रहते हैं. अगर इनके शहर में जाके, इनके डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जाके हम मिलते हैं इनसे, तो शायद मुझे 5 मिनट दे पाती. वो तो यहाँ पर हैं लखनऊ में, तो हमें टाइम दिया है उन्होंने. लेकिन एक चीज़ और है कि मैं तो कितने IAS ऑफिसर से मिलती आई हूँ, ज़्यादातर जो है वो इतने व्यस्त रहते हैं कि उनको सोचने का ही टाइम नहीं मिलता है. कि ये क्या है, कैसा है, पर कई लोग कह देते हैं भी हम तो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में हैं, हमें पढ़ाई के बारे में क्या पता। तो आप भी कुछ कह रहे हो, वो भी कुछ कह रहे हैं, सभी कर लीजिए काम। लेकिन वो एक परख जो है, जो मैम की है, वो साइंटिफिक बैकग्राउंड से है इनके, क्योंकि इन्होंने एमबीबीएस किया, इन्होंने साइंटिफिक सब्जेक्ट्स पढ़े, तो शी इज एबल टू सी थिंग्स फ्रॉम द पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू ऑफ सग्रेशन एंड फ्रॉम ए साइंटिफिक पर्सपेक्टिव। जैसे कि बच्चा नोन टू अननोन जा रहा है, एक साइंटिफिक तरीका है, कॉग्निटिव पावर्स को यूज कर रहा है, तो उन्होंने बहुत क्लियर तरीके से हमको ही हमारी बात थोड़ी समझा दी, जिससे मुझे बहुत फायदा हुआ। थैंक यू सो मच। एंड साथ में हमें बहुत प्रेरित भी किया मैम ने, और अपना समय दिया, उसके लिए मैं बहुत 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 ग्रेटफुल हूँ मैम की। थैंक यू सो मच। करते हैं मैम आगे।
Okay.
कहाँ गया रोल क्लाइमेट चेंज।
As we may see, these are the books which were introduced this year. They are Magical World of Tara for Climate Consciousness. These books were introduced this year to instill the learners and make them conscious about the impacts of climate change and global warming, how it affects the life of the life on land and life underwater. So the children are learners of the age of 6 or 7, also learning about the SDGs.
So the role plays were a huge enjoyment as इनका बेटा हम लोग में था, हमने पढ़ाया है, इनके घर में गए। Okay, the role plays were a huge enjoyment as it contained value-based learning. Learners became more expressive and felt connected with their peer, leading to the development of connectedness trait. You can see an example here.
They loved them immensely. It incorporated the skills of creativity, collaboration, and communication amongst them.
So here are the role plays that a child demo of the class.
Role play. The excited frog. Characters. Freddy the frog, Lucy the ladybug. I'm excited. Why, Freddy? I'm going on an adventure. I'm taking places. Can I come too? Of course, Lucy. Let's have fun. Thank you. Thank you. Role play. The happy bunny. Characters. Penny the bunny, Rosie the rabbit. I feel so happy. What makes you happy, Benny? The sun is shining and the flowers smell amazing. That's great. Let's have a picnic and enjoy the beautiful day together. Yay! That sounds like so much fun. Thank you, Rosie. Thank you.
So it's building collaboration, and they are so thrilled to work with each other.
At home, as in homework, the children used hand puppets to display the same role plays.
The excited frog. I'm excited. Why, Freddy? I'm going on an adventure and exploring new places. Can I come too? Of course, Lucy. Let's have fun.
In this video, you can see the children becoming the climate heroes.
Hey Shika, what is your wish for this Christmas? Ishana, I wish to have a puppy, but I also wish to have a cleaner and greener surroundings. What is your wish for this Christmas? Yes, Ushika, I wish that all people should work towards reducing pollution on land and water. Oh, Bisma, are you excited for the Christmas? Yes, I am. But on the other hand, I am a bit concerned about something. Well, what is it? As you know, because of these ALpha classes, I have picked up the reading newspaper where I read the melting of ice in Antarctica into a rise in temperature. So how are we concerned? All this is leading to global warming and climate change. This is really disturbing. Wait, I have an idea. Let's ask Santa to grant our wishes. Yes, that's a great idea. Let's write our wishes and put it on the Christmas tree. You are awesome, my friend. I wish to see a blue whale one day. Oh, really? But seeing the current situation, I don't think my wish will come true. That's sad. Do you know all this is because of climate action? SDG 13 says to take urgent action to combat climate and its impact. We all will be affected in some way or the other very soon. Yes, and SDG 14 is life below water. See,
Previous slide.
So we were talking about our climate change heroes.
as The Magical World of Tara. These books were introduced this year, and they instill the learners and make them conscious about the impacts of climate change and global warming.
Ma'am, the next slide. Next one. Next, ma'am.
Role play.
The next.
That
Yeah, ma'am. Please play.
Hey Shika, what is your wish for this Christmas? Ishana, I wish to have a puppy, but I also wish to have a cleaner and greener surroundings. What is your wish for this Christmas? Yes, Ushika, I wish that all people should work towards reducing pollution on land and water. Oh, Bisma, are you excited for the Christmas? Yes, I am. But on the other hand, I am a bit concerned about something. Well, what is it? As you know, because of these alpha classes, I have picked up a habit of reading newspaper, where I read the melting of ice in Antarctica, which is leading to a rise in temperature. So how are we concerned? All this is leading to global warming and climate change. This is really disturbing. Wait, I have an idea. Let's ask Santa to grant our wishes. Yes, that's a great idea. Let's write our wishes and put it on the Christmas tree. You are awesome, my friend. I wish to see a blue whale one day. Oh, really? But seeing the current situation, I don't think my wish will come true. That's sad. Do you know, all this is because of climate action. SDG 13 says to take urgent action to combat climate and its impact. We all will be affected in some way or the other very soon. Yes, and SDG 14 is life below water. State that we should conserve and protect the life below water by removing pollution, unregulated fishing-based activities. We wish to see a blue whale one day. Hey Vedika and Zoya, what are you doing? We are making paper bags for Christmas gifts. Why are you making paper bags? Don't you know? Plastic is polluting the earth. It is the harsh reality that plastic pollution affects ice sheets. Report shows that a large amount of plastic waste, including bottle fishing nets, is washing ashore, leading to environmental effects on tourism life, such as turtle and whale, and even human health. It also contributes to climate change. Let's make a promise to become climate heroes and change the world.
Now it's role play time, children. Ma'am will help me out in taking out names, and that pair will come and show you a demo.
Okay. I have got a name, Sagarika. So you have to come along with your partner.
Today's role play is the excited frog. Characters: Freddy the frog and Lucy the ladybug. I'm excited. Why, Freddy? I'm going on an adventure and exploring new places. Can I come too? Sure, let's have fun. Bye-bye. I feel very brave today. What do you want, Leo? I want to do something adventurous and exciting. That's awesome. Let's go explore the jungle and see what we can discover together. Let's go on safari and explore the jungle and see amazing animals. Sound like a plan. A, the elephant. Tom. Turtle. I want to say something, but I am nervous. What do you want to say, Ellie? I don't like when you tease me. I am sorry, Ellie. I didn't know it bothered you. Please don't do it again, Tom. Okay, Ellie. I won't do it again.
Okay,
these were
ladies.
our
Sorry,
planet heroes.
Shandila, go ahead. You
Sorry.
say. First you.
Okay.
Ritu?
So now
Shandila?
over to, I was about to call you on.
Acha, over to me as
Yeah.
well. Okay, all righty. So we'll very, very quickly go through phase 1 books for English, which is for day 1 today. So very, very quickly, let's review. Can you do nursery, please? We did Montessori. Now we're going to do nursery. So you'll see the same thing. See, the skill to read has to be developed first. And none of our children have it, even grade 3 children. When we did this program with them, we started them in the same way. थोड़ा different था, बहुत कुछ different नहीं था. और थोड़ा मतलब जैसे कि प्री प्राइमरी में हम बच्चों को एक वर्ड दे रहे हैं at a time on a whole page. In grade 1, we're giving, in KG, we're giving 2 words. In grade 1, we're giving 3 words. So it is quicker, but it is the same process of decoding and blending that they need to learn. Even grade 3 children who could read back to 0, because it's like new driving habits or new habits of reading that they need to form. So with that spirit, watch this as we are looking at nursery. Okay, please just continue. We won't dwell too long on this. Okay, please start. I don't know where. Okay, so continue, please. आगे चलते रहिए. और आगे. आगे. Same things as you saw in Montessori. And then same thing for KG. Because many children, lower KG, this is your nursery. Wait, go back a bit. So there's a slight change in the sense that now they're decoding words on their own and making full words on their own. So a little different from Montessori, where we had reinforcement activities in a different way. Next. Just keep going. Okay, next set of words. And you'll find that they'll make many more combinations of sounds to make words. New words, new and new words. And it's okay to make non-sensible words. This is a point that we were discussing earlier, whether the word should be sensible or non-sensible. Non-sensible words are just fine. It's adding sounds, that's all that matters. Yeah? Okay, right. Keep going. Okay, same thing, exactly. Now, same thing, of course, as the other one. Please keep going. Keep going. It differentiates a little later on. Same. 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 Yeah, here's different. Go back a bit. Here. So now they are deconstructing their own sentences, which was not there in Montessori. This they're doing on their own, and they have got these puzzles and questions and connects that are different. Okay, next. Now, this is another thing that they're doing in a big way. They're making many, many sentences with he has, she has, this is, that is, and so on. Go ahead. And then I have, I do not. Go back, please, one. Yeah. I have, I do not have. I want, I do not want. I know, I do not know. I like, I do not like. I wear, I do not wear. I feel, I do not feel. I can, I cannot. I like to eat, do not like to eat. This much of vocabulary, this much of sentence making in just 2 pages. It's phenomenal amount of work the children are doing. And they're making their own sentences as well. Next. Okay, then they make these other. Now wait, just go back one. This is not in Montessori. So here doing a man, a van, and then they're going to full, um, consonant, vowel, consonant A words. And then next is E, next is I, then O, and then U. And then they do this, that, which they've done earlier, but these pages were all new. And now they're doing these things, except now you see there are words that have no pictures with them, like push, wash, push, shampoo, splash. So they're reading things that are not with the picture. So they can do that as well at this point in time. That's enormous amounts of vocabulary for them. Next. Next. The poem is different in that one and different in this one. Next. Next. Okay, here, like, wait, go back one. Here you see there's a role play at the bottom of the My Body Parts, something called At the Playground, and they really enjoy these role plays. Go ahead, next. Under. Now this self-introduction a different way. Please go ahead. Next page. Next, yeah, this one. Self-introduction. So Tina and Toto are introducing themselves, and then there are a lot of extension activities through the triggers. Next. Another conversation, right? Another one is Sunny and the Flower. Now they're having this dialogue about living and non-living. So it's very beautiful because they're learning GK as well. Next. Self-introduction as in the other one, except now they're 4 years old and they have different likes and dislikes. And then that's it. So now grade 1. Okay, nursery children can do all this much in first 3 months. You've got 9 months of the year, right? Isn't it? 9 months of the year. 3 months are to this book. Can you cover this book in 3 months? Most likely you'll cover this in 1 month. Kids are not going to wait. You've unleashed a process by which they can learn on their own. The parents have understood that process as well. They're going to finish that in a month, month and a half. Each book has, this book for phase 1, has 6 tiers, as you know. Each tier is supposed to take between 1 and 2 weeks, depending on the age of the children. Right? So if you take 1 week for 6 tiers, how many weeks you're finishing this book in? 6 weeks. Some will move a lot faster, some will move a little slower. That's all. So you'll have plenty of time left even after this in phase 1. Next. Class 1. I'm sorry, it is class 1? Okay, yeah, class 1. We're jumping up a kg, never mind. All right, next. So again, a reminder to do all these things. Then now see there are 3 words on a page, and there's also without picture some words at the bottom. So this is different from earlier grades. You can see huge vocabulary and also games and puzzles that they're going to do and make and work with. Next, next, next. Okay, so the first, how many pages is it? Page number? This is number 15, so 14 minus 6 from it is 8 pages. In 8 pages, they have read about maybe 200 plus words, right? And that's really a lot of practice of reading and new words. Now it is slightly different again, where you've got, at, add, app, ag words, en, et, egg, ed words, some with the pictures, some without pictures. And there are also QR codes. Most of the books have QR codes for extension activities. Next. And then, yeah, so vowel, and this of course is a repeat of the previous ones, because they need to know how to make the and the z and so on and so many other sounds. Next, double L consonants and all that, we'll deal with them later as well. Next, continue on. So now this is, this is now comprehension activities, which we don't have in the earlier grades. So basically, very short passages like Pat has a cat, the cat is fat, the fat cat sat, it sat on a mat, it sat on a hat, it sat on a rat, it sat, sat, sat. And then they make questions for each other, and there are 2 questions given, but they make many more questions. Similarly, a story with E words like Ben, Meg, Ted, Ned, and Ken had a red hen. Next, continue on. Then you, and then of course mix. And here we come with these words were given in upper KG and lower grades just as the word list. Here you also have use in sentences, like the cherry is red, Chintu sits on a bench, the chipmunk eats lunch. So there's a lot of practice beyond what they've done in earlier grades. Next. 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 Continue. Yeah. Okay, so now they make their own sentences as well. Next. 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 Okay, now this is the role plays. What you saw earlier was Ritu's class. Ritu, who was moderating here from Aliganj campus 2. Ritu is a teacher of grade 2. Is that right, Ritu? But you did this role play with your children. These short role plays are given in a repository that you will all have access to. It has 225 role plays in 5 booklets. Each booklet has 45 role plays. And these are all about social, emotional, mental well-being, or character, or about environment and climate consciousness. So you saw them being enacted by the children. They're very short and children can memorize them. And then they can read with expression. As you saw, they were so beautifully expressing themselves. By that, they're learning so many concepts, GK if you like. They're learning courtesies. They're learning how to say with expression. Well done. You're grade 2, right? Okay. You want to say something? Okay, all right. Stay right here, please. Good. So these role plays, she made it really beautiful. She had the children make the hats and the, the props, necklace, finger puppets. So popsicle stick puppets. So a lot of things. There are 2 characters, usually 2 animals, and these animals are, they act out as animals. So they make their own props for that. 1 minute, half a minute role plays, very short role plays. 30 seconds, yeah, half a minute, yeah. Okay, next. So there are loads of them, and there's the Earth song. There's again, a lot of. We've not put all of them here. We've got 225. So, and this is a story about Lily gets her room. So this is a dialogue with a family and how she is thankful for getting her room. Wait here, please. This is an affirmation. So the children say an affirmation. So affirmation is like a prayer, but it is reinforcing their own self-image about themselves. And then they also make posters. Like in this case, they're making a positive poster. Kindness spreads like sunshine, warmly every heart. Together, let us make every day a beautiful start. And there are 4 samples of posters given. They can make their own, whatever they wish. Next. This is a story. It is written in a different way. As you can see, half of it is in brown and half of it is in black. On the next page, we've taken the brown out. Can you show the next page? Brown is out. It just gives you a keyword or 2-3 keywords. So children get a sentence start and they finish the sentence on their own using the keywords. So they learn how to construct. Yes, I can see that. Good. They learn how to construct their own stories and sentences. Next. So this is like, again, some things that they learn from by doing role plays and such, my daily routine. Next. Okay, here they are doing these conversations as question answers with each other. So again, developing their power of expression in English. Next. 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 Role plays, different topics on which they're speaking. They're not repeated. Now the last but one thing, this is not the last thing. They have this show and tell in a different way. Remember, you all do show and tell with the rubric, right? 2 marks for eye contact, 2 marks for body language, 2 marks for maybe voice intonation and pronunciation, maybe 2 marks for confidence, content, anything. You can make your own rubric as well. But we thought it is better now. This was many years ago that I had proposed this idea, and CMS has been doing it. But I felt this is even better. So what's better about it? Firstly, the children are not being told by anybody else how you're doing. This is a big, huge thing. In fact, they congratulate each other. On the second page, we'll see that in a minute. But we give them a particular model. For example, there are 7 points: salutation, introduction, where it came from, why it's special, a fun fact or story, then closing, and then thank yous. So there are 7 points on which there is a model given, my favorite toy. So children practice with that, right? So we always start children with known to unknown. This is now known once they've done it. Then we give them choices. Like, for example, now they want to talk about something else, like my painting or some handmade craft you've made. So salutation, you can choose either this or this. There's a 1 above and there are 2 more here. Introduction, you can give this way or this way. So like that gives you a lot of seed thoughts and you can tick what you want to do. So this is like somewhat holding hands. Here it is completely holding hands on the top. Here's somewhat holding hands. Next page. Here we're giving them the topics and in fact more topics in the triggers. And they just have this framework, the 7-point framework. Now they will make their own, frame their own sentences. They'll do it either verbally or they'll do it in writing depending on the age of the child. And after that, they will practice, of course, many times. Then they practice with their partner and then they practice with their family members. We don't bring them to the front because if you bring them to the front, you're slowing down learning. One of the biggest, most important things that you all have to remember is to not to bring children to the front except for the demonstration. No other presentation should be made in the front of the class because you save a lot and you multiply the learning. Is that clear, teachers in the back? Right, okay. And then children, go back please. And then the children give each other, their partner, they put the partner's name in their book and they give them a certificate of accomplishment. So eye contact, clear voice, confidence and enthusiasm, and then my happiness check and my buddy badge. And they sign from their own name in the other child's textbook. Next. So now these are story prompts or story pictures. So they use these pictures, they cut these out, they use the pictures, and from the pictures they make up a story, right? And also in the back of the pictures there is a story. Please turn the page, next page. So this is on the back of the pictures, and they can read these stories with each other, understand it, their own words, so this is the second story that they get to tell. And then next. So like that, there are, I think, 4 to 8 stories in each book. Okay, and this is the 6 stories in this one. There were 6. Okay, class 2 quickly. Let's do very, very quickly. I think we're going to wrap up in about 3 to 5 minutes max. Do you want to see class 2 or shall we let it go? How many say you want to see it? Raise your hands. Okay, we'll let it go because it's not enthusiastic response. I think you've seen enough to see any more. Okay, similar but more challenging. So please let's not show it, let it go. And we want to pass on the Samvida Adhikari. Where are you, ma'am? Over to you.
Thank you, teachers, for your patience. I know it's beyond time, but now I would like to request our most respected Badi Didi to give the vote of thanks. Yes. Can you put a chair here for ma'am? Okay.
Thanksgiving should be not only in words, but it should be in. I don't know how can I thank you in kind, because I'm also like you, a teacher, and teacher is not wealthy. So, but I can tell some of the Maharanis here to sponsor some Thanksgiving so that if you are coming tomorrow also, okay, maybe you get something tomorrow on behalf of our Maharani of Ayodhya ji. Okay? And you have been here for 8 hours. So somebody says, oh, I'm dying. Are you dying? No. Because you are very energetic. As energetic as your exhibition there. You know? And I saw your students reading newspaper. Is it a reality or a myth? Sure? So you can clap for yourself. And thanks for the Maharanis to be here. And also, I thank the writer, the originator, the creator, the innovator of this methodology. I have been really elated when I see children learn in pair and Madam Chief Guest who is an IAS officer, and she is so simple. You know, she was not having any Lucknowites, Lucknowi, what you say? What is in Urdu you say? Lucknowi? नजाकत. ओके, तहजीब तो बहुत है, क्योंकि उन्होंने कहा कि ये जो छोटे बच्चे हैं इनकी सेवा करना बहुत जरूरी है. तो आप लोग कर रहे हैं. और हिमाचल के ये स्टैटिस्टिक्स अभी तक आपने नहीं बताया, छिपा के रखा सुनीता जी ने, कि अभी तक कितने स्कूलों में किया. सब किए हिमाचल के, कोई बचा नहीं है, पर कितने बच्चों ने सीखा.
1,24,000 बच्चे अभी पास हो गए हैं, निपुण हो गए हैं.
24,000. तो ये लखपति है ना ये. तो इन लखपति को आप सबकी तरफ से धन्यवाद. जय जगत. और सारी प्रिंसिपल्स को हृदय से धन्यवाद. ये हमारी हृदय सम्राट हैं, ये हमारी हृदय सम्राट हैं. ये हैं मिसेस प्रियंका अग्रवाल, ये हैं मिसेस संविदा अधिकारी जी, और ये हैं शिवानी. उधर मुंह करिए जरा. हाँ हाँ, देखिए कितने महान लोग हैं, इस तपस्या को कर रहे हैं. और संदीप श्रीवास्तव जी, ये CMS की एजुकेशन को घाना में बुलाया है. शुरू करेंगे तो ये जाएंगे. और हमारी प्रिंसिपल साहब मैडम 1008 डॉक्टर अर्चना गौड़ जी को भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. सारे हमारे फोटोग्राफर्स को, सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को जो चुपचाप बैठे रहते हैं, और उनके लिए कोई भी दो लफ्ज प्यार के कह दे तो मैं तो कह रही हूँ, मुझे भैया आप स्वीकार करो मेरा ये वर्बल प्यार. धन्यवाद. जय जगत. और टीचर्स को सुनीता बोलेंगी, मैं थक गई.
टीचर्स, थैंक यू वेरी मच. आई एम लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू सीइंग यू टुमारो. आज जो छोटी मोटी कमी रही है माफ करिएगा, कल सारी ठीक हो जाएंगी. ठीक है. और मैं आपका ये पीछे देखूंगी, और कल आगे भी लगे हुए होंगे बोर्ड्स. अगर कोई लोग नहीं लगा पाए हैं, बाहर लगा सकते हैं, है ना, कल की डेट में. और इन सबको कोई प्लीज उठा के मत ले जाइए, हम देखेंगे बहुत ध्यान से. और आप लोग भी एक दूसरे का कल देखेंगे, आते ही देखेंगे. और उसके बाद फिर बीच में हम ब्रेक भी देना चाहेंगे कि आप देख लें. जी, हेलो मैम. थैंक यू एवरीवन.
Thank you, ma'am. It was really very enriching and motivating. Thank you so much.
अरे भाई, महान महान लोग यहाँ आए हैं. प्रिंसिपल साहब नर्सर स्कूल कानपुर और कल्याणपुर, और नर्सर स्कूल बर्रा. क्या बात है, क्या बात है, क्या बात है. गंगा जी के किनारे वाले गोमती में आए हैं डुबकी. और हमारी कर्नल साहब की जय.